the trail marker that moves. I worked 5 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Arches National Park in Utah, a park defined by its enormous concentration of natural sandstone arches, over 2,000 documented within its boundaries, along with a broader landscape of eroded fins, balanced rocks, and exposed slick rock terrain that draws hikers from all over the world specifically to see formations that exist nowhere else on Earth in such density. Most of the park's most famous arches sit along well-developed, clearly marked trails, but a smaller number of routes venture into more remote, less maintained sections of backcountry where navigation depends heavily on cairns, small deliberately stacked piles of rock used to mark a route across open slick rock where no clear trail tread exists on the stone itself. Cairns are a simple, well-established navigation tool used throughout the desert Southwest and beyond, and maintaining them properly is a routine part of backcountry ranger work. Since slick rock terrain leaves no natural trail markings the way soil or vegetation would, meaning hikers depend entirely on these stacked rock markers, placed at regular, carefully considered intervals, to find their way safely across otherwise featureless stone. Every ranger who works trail maintenance in that kind of terrain develops a careful, practiced eye for cairn placement, understanding exactly how far apart markers need to be to remain visible from one to the next without leaving so much distance that a hiker might lose the route in between. I want to describe a specific cairn, part of a route in one of the park's more remote sections that I'll simply call the Fin Canyon route here. Because every ranger who has maintained that particular trail long enough eventually notices something about one specific marker along it that defies straightforward explanation, a pattern documented informally by park staff for long enough that it has become an accepted, if quietly puzzling, piece of institutional knowledge among the small number of rangers who regularly maintain that route. Every cairn along that route, without exception, remains exactly where park staff originally placed it, requiring only occasional maintenance to repair damage from wind, incidental foot traffic, or the rare visitor who mistakenly dismantles a marker out of confusion about its purpose. The specific cairn at the center of this story, positioned at a critical junction point roughly 2 miles into the route, where the correct path diverges from a false lead that would take hikers toward a genuinely hazardous cliff edge, does not behave this way. According to decades of informal tracking by rotating trail maintenance staff, that particular cairn has been documented repeatedly and consistently in a slightly different physical location during routine maintenance checks than where staff most recently and deliberately placed it, always shifted by a modest but measurable distance, typically somewhere between 10 and 30 feet from its previous documented position, always in a direction that, if followed literally by a hiker relying on it for navigation, would lead them progressively closer to the genuinely dangerous cliff edge the marker was originally placed to help hikers avoid. I first learned about this pattern during my 2nd season from a trail crew supervisor named Ottoline Marsh, who had maintained that route for over a decade by the time I met her. She mentioned it during a routine trail maintenance briefing, in the same practical tone she used for describing erosion control techniques or seasonal maintenance priorities, that the junction cairn on the Fin Canyon route required unusually frequent repositioning compared to every other marker on that trail, and that this had been observed consistently enough over the years that trail crews had adopted a standing practice of checking that specific cairn's position every single time they patrolled the route, rather than relying on the standard periodic maintenance schedule used for every other marker in the park's backcountry network. I asked her the obvious question, whether this simply reflected some specific environmental factor unique to that location, perhaps unusually strong or consistent wind patterns funneling through that particular section of canyon that might gradually displace loosely stacked rocks over time in a predictable direction. She told me that theory had been the working assumption for years, and remained the officially accepted explanation whenever the topic came up in any administrative context, but that it failed to account for a specific detail that had bothered her and several other longtime trail crew members enough that they had started quietly tracking the pattern themselves with more precision than casual observation alone would provide. That detail, she explained, was the directional consistency of the displacement. Wind-driven erosion or displacement of stacked rock, even under strong, prevailing wind conditions, would be expected to show some variation over time, since wind direction and canyon terrain shifts considerably depending on time of day, season, and specific atmospheric conditions. Meaning a genuinely wind-driven displacement pattern should show at least some scatter in the direction of movement across dozens of documented instances over multiple years. The Junction Cairns displacement, according to Autoline's own careful records spanning close to a decade, showed no such scatter whatsoever, moving consistently in the same specific direction toward the cliff edge on every single documented occasion, regardless of season, recent weather conditions, or any other variable she had been able to identify and track. I experienced this directly myself during my third season, tasked with routine trail maintenance along that route as part of my regular seasonal duties. I carefully documented the Junction Cairns' exact position using GPS coordinates before I left the trail that day. A practice Autoline had specifically instructed me to adopt given the Cairns' unusual history, and return to the same location 3 weeks later as part of my next scheduled patrol along that route. The Cairns' GPS position, when I checked it against my earlier recorded coordinates, had shifted by approximately 18 feet in a direction that placed it noticeably closer to the cliff edge than my own careful, deliberate placement 3 weeks earlier, despite no other cairn along that same route, all of which I had also documented with GPS coordinates during that same maintenance visit, showing any measurable displacement whatsoever during the same 3-week period. I want to describe the specific unease this produced in me, because it went beyond simple professional curiosity about an unusual maintenance pattern. I had personally carefully stacked that specific cairn myself, checking its stability and balance the way I've been trained to do for every marker I place along that route, confident that it was at least as structurally stable as every other cairn I had built that same day, none of which showed any comparable displacement over the same 3-week interval. The specific, consistent direction of the movement, always toward the hazardous cliff edge the marker existed specifically to help hikers avoid, felt the longer I considered it, less like a random environmental effect, and more like something actively, if slowly and subtly, working against the very safety purpose the cairn was meant to serve. I brought my documented findings to Autoline, and she confirmed that my measurements matched, in general magnitude and precise direction, the pattern she had been informally tracking for years, and told me she had, at one point, tried an experiment specifically designed to rule out wind or animal disturbance as an explanation, constructing the Junction Cairn using unusually heavy rocks, considerably larger and harder to displace through any ordinary environmental force than the rocks typically used for cairn construction elsewhere along that route. That heavier cairn, she told me, still shifted during the following maintenance interval, by a somewhat smaller, but still clearly measurable distance, in the same consistent direction toward the cliff edge, despite the increased weight and stability that should have made any purely mechanical displacement considerably less likely to occur without some obvious sign of disturbance, none of which she had ever found upon inspection. I want to describe one additional detail Autoline shared with me, one that had never made it into any official park report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving an incident from years before my own arrival at the park. A solo hiker attempting the Finn Canyon route had become disoriented near that specific junction during a period of poor visibility caused by blowing sand, and had followed what she later described, during the rescue debrief that followed her eventual safe recovery as a clearly marked cairn trail leading in a direction that took her progressively closer to the genuinely hazardous cliff edge before she recognized, through her own careful attention to the surrounding terrain rather than through any additional markers, that something about her route did not match her memory of the trail from earlier trip planning. She stopped, backtracked carefully, and eventually located the actual, correctly marked route roughly 40 feet from where she had been following what she was certain, at the time, was a legitimate cairn trail. When park staff investigated afterward, they found the junction cairn exactly where routine maintenance records indicated it should have been, correctly positioned along the safe route, with no evidence of any additional false cairns anywhere along the alternate path the hiker had described following. The rescue team's official incident report attributed the near miss to simple disorientation during poor visibility conditions, a reasonable and defensible conclusion given the circumstances, but Autoline told me the hiker herself remained adamant, in her own account of the incident, that she had been following what appeared to be genuine, deliberately placed trail markers the entire time, rather than simply wandering off route through confusion alone. I no longer work at that park, but I think about that specific junction sometimes, particularly whenever I encounter a cairn-marked route anywhere else in Canyon Country, and find myself, out of old habit, checking its position a little more carefully than I probably need to. Arches is a landscape defined almost entirely by slow, patient erosion, sandstone shaped over millions of years by wind and water into the delicate arches and fins that give the park its name, and I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape so thoroughly defined by gradual, directional geological forces might occasionally extend that same patient, directional quality to smaller, more immediate features as well. A single cairn at a single critical junction, quietly, consistently, drawing just a little closer to danger every time nobody happened to be watching it directly. The Ranger's Shadow in Zone 4. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Congaree National Park in South Carolina, a park built around one of the largest remaining tracts of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest in the country, a swampy, low-lying floodplain forest along the Congaree River that floods regularly and supports some of the tallest deciduous trees anywhere in eastern North America. Most visitors experience the park through its excellent boardwalk trail system, an elevated walkway that keeps hikers safely above the swampy forest floor. But the park's backcountry extends well beyond that boardwalk into genuinely difficult, frequently flooded terrain that requires specialized skills and careful planning to access safely. The park's backcountry is divided internally into management zones for planning and monitoring purposes, similar to the zone systems used in many other parks. Mostly administrative boundaries that help staff organize patrol schedules and track resource conditions across a park whose terrain changes dramatically depending on recent rainfall and river levels. Zone 4 covers a section of old-growth forest in the park's more remote southern reaches, an area that floods more frequently and more unpredictably than most other sections of the park, meaning access depends heavily on current water levels and can change from straightforward to genuinely hazardous within the span of a single day following heavy rain upstream. Every ranger who has worked that district long enough eventually hears about a specific, recurring visual phenomenon reported within Zone 4, one that has been informally documented by park staff for decades, involving what multiple rangers over the years have independently described as a distinct human shadow, cast clearly onto the forest floor or onto the trunks of nearby trees, moving in a manner consistent with a person walking through the forest, but with no corresponding person, ranger, or otherwise, present anywhere in the vicinity to actually be casting that shadow. I first learned about this pattern during my second season from a district supervisor named Augustine Bliu, who had worked that specific zone for close to 15 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine backcountry briefing, in the same practical, matter-of-fact tone he used for describing flood conditions or wildlife hazards, that rangers doing solo patrol through Zone 4 on clear, sunny days occasionally reported seeing what appeared to be a human shadow moving through the forest alongside them or slightly ahead of them, and that this had been reported consistently enough over the decades that new rangers assigned that zone were simply briefed on it as a matter of practical operational knowledge, without any particular emphasis on danger, since the phenomenon had never once been connected to any actual safety incident or hazard in the park's recorded history. I asked him the obvious question, whether this simply reflected some ordinary optical effect, perhaps sunlight filtering through the forest's dense, irregular canopy in a way that could plausibly create shadow patterns resembling human movement to a tired or distracted hiker moving through unfamiliar terrain. He told me that theory had been the standard, officially accepted explanation for as long as he had worked at the park, and remained the position park administration maintained whenever the topic came up in any formal context, but that it failed to account for a specific detail that had bothered him and several other longtime rangers enough that they had started quietly comparing notes about their own individual experiences over the years. That detail, he explained, was the shadow's consistent, specific orientation relative to the sun. An ordinary shadow, cast by any object, moves and changes shape predictably according to the sun's position in the sky, lengthening and shifting direction throughout the day in a manner any experienced backcountry ranger learns to read almost instinctively as part of basic wilderness navigation and time awareness. The reported Zone 4 shadow, according to multiple independent accounts collected over decades, consistently appeared oriented as though cast by a low, late afternoon sun, regardless of the actual time of day or the sun's genuine position at the moment of the sighting. A detail several rangers had specifically noticed and found difficult to reconcile with any mundane explanation involving genuine sunlight and genuine canopy gaps. I experienced this directly myself during my 4th season, conducting a routine solo patrol through Zone 4 on a clear, bright late morning, well before any genuine late afternoon lighting conditions could plausibly account for what I observed. Moving along a stretch of relatively open forest floor between two massive old-growth trees, I noticed out of the corner of my eye a distinct human-shaped shadow cast onto the ground several feet to my left, moving at a walking pace roughly parallel to my own, elongated and angled in a manner consistent with a low sun position, despite the actual sun at that hour sitting high and nearly overhead, producing short, compressed shadows from every other object around me, my own shadow included, which appeared exactly as short and directly beneath me as the time of day should have produced. I stopped immediately and turned to look directly at the shadow, and it stopped as well, remaining visible on the forest floor for several seconds in that same elongated, late afternoon orientation before fading gradually rather than disappearing abruptly, the way a shadow recedes when its source moves out of direct light rather than simply switching off. I scanned the surrounding forest carefully, looking for any person, any object, any structural feature that might explain a shadow with that specific orientation appearing at that specific time of day, and found nothing, no other ranger, no visitor, no unusual canopy gap or reflective surface that could plausibly account for what I had just observed. I logged the observation factually in my patrol report that evening, exactly as I would document any unusual field observation, and brought it directly to Augustine the following morning. He told me my description matched, in remarkable detail, several of his own encounters with the phenomenon over his 15 years working that district, particularly the specific detail about the shadow's late afternoon orientation appearing regardless of the actual time of day. A detail, he said, came up consistently in nearly every account he had ever collected informally from other rangers, despite none of them ever comparing notes with each other before independently mentioning that same specific characteristic. I want to describe one additional detail Augustine shared with me, one that had never made it into any official park report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the park's own history prior to its establishment as a protected area. He told me that in researching Zone 4's specific location years earlier, curious enough to look into whether the shadow phenomenon might connect to some documented historical event, he had found records indicating that section of the floodplain forest had been the site of a logging operation in the early 20th century, decades before the land was eventually protected. And that local historical account from that era, preserved in a regional archive he had consulted, included a brief, unelaborated reference to a logging accident resulting in a fatality occurring, according to the surviving records, during late afternoon hours in a section of forest whose general description matched what later became Zone 4 once the park's own management boundaries were established. That reference, as far as Augustine had ever been able to determine, offered no further detail about the specific individual involved or the precise circumstances of the accident beyond that brief, general mention, and he was careful, in relaying it to me, to caution against reading too much certainty into a connection between a century-old logging accident and a modern, informally documented visual phenomenon that could just as easily reflect some mundane optical effect nobody had yet managed to fully explain. But the detail had stayed with him, he admitted, in the same way it stayed with me once he shared it, a small, unresolved thread connecting the forest-specific physical history to a pattern that continues to surface among rangers working that same stretch of ground more than a century later. I want to share one more account from a wildlife biologist named Solange Fontenot, who conducted a multi-season amphibian survey in that zone, requiring extensive solo fieldwork throughout the area during exactly the kind of quiet, extended presence that seemed to correlate with sightings of the phenomenon more often than brief, routine patrols did. She told me she had observed the shadow on 3 separate occasions over 2 field seasons, more frequently than most rangers who only spent occasional days in that specific zone, and that she had, out of her own scientific curiosity, attempted to photograph it during her 3rd and most recent encounter. She described the photograph, when she reviewed it afterward, as showing the forest floor and surrounding trees exactly as she remembered seeing them in the moment, with no trace whatsoever of the shadow itself visible anywhere in the frame, despite her being certain, at the time she took the photograph, that the shadow remained visible to her own eyes for several seconds after she raised her camera. She reviewed the image multiple times, checked her camera for any obvious malfunction, and found the equipment functioning perfectly, capturing every other detail of the scene with complete clarity except, specifically and consistently, the one feature she had most wanted to document. I asked Augustine, near the end of my own time working that district, whether he had ever developed a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from the optical illusion explanation that remained the park's official, if largely unspoken, position on the matter. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in 15 years of occasionally encountering the phenomenon himself, he had never landed on any explanation that fully accounted for both the shadow's specific, consistent late afternoon orientation regardless of actual sun position, and its apparent resistance to being captured on camera despite remaining clearly visible to direct human observation in the moment. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Zone 4 sometimes, particularly on clear days anywhere else in the backcountry, when I happen to notice my own shadow falling at an angle that doesn't quite match what the actual time of day should produce. A small, reflexive moment of unease left over from those 7 seasons working alongside that specific unexplained pattern. Congaree protects one of the last substantial remnants of old-growth bottomland forest left in this country, trees that predate the park's own establishment by centuries, standing in ground that held an entirely different kind of human presence and human loss long before any of us ever arrived to protect it. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a forest old enough to remember both the centuries of undisturbed growth and the more recent, harder history of the people who once worked and sometimes died within it, might occasionally cast a little more than ordinary light and shadow onto the people who walk quietly through it today. The Watchtower radio that only speaks in static. I worked 6 seasons as a cultural resources ranger at Mesa Verde National Park in southwestern Colorado, a park established specifically to protect an extraordinary concentration of ancestral Puebloan cliff dwellings and mesa-top structures, some of the most significant and well-preserved archaeological sites in North America. Occupied continuously for centuries before being abandoned in the late 1200s for reasons archaeologists still debate today. Most of my work involved monitoring visitor access to the park's more sensitive archaeological sites, coordinating with tribal consultants from the modern descendant communities who maintain an ongoing relationship with the park regarding the protection and interpretation of these ancestral sites, and general resource protection duties across the park's more remote mesa-top terrain. The park maintains a small number of remote monitoring stations across its less accessible mesa sections, structures used primarily for fire detection and general resource monitoring, distinct from the ancestral Puebloan structures themselves, but sometimes built in close proximity to unexcavated or minimally documented archaeological features, given how densely the entire mesa-top landscape is scattered with ancient structures and artifact scatters, many of them still unmapped in full detail. Even after decades of professional archaeological survey work, I want to describe a specific radio repeater station positioned on an isolated section of mesa the park designates for administrative purposes simply as Overlook 7, because every ranger who has worked communications and resource monitoring in that district long enough eventually encounters something about that specific repeater that has never been fully resolved despite decades of technical troubleshooting by the park's own communication specialists. The Overlook 7 repeater functions normally in every measurable technical sense the vast majority of the time, relaying radio traffic reliably across a section of the park's backcountry that would otherwise have poor direct radio coverage given the mesa's complex topography, on a small but consistent number of occasions each year. However, always according to decades of informal tracking by park communication staff, the repeater produces a specific, distinctive pattern of static, described consistently by multiple independent staff members over the years as rhythmic and structured in a way that ordinary radio interference or equipment malfunction typically does not produce. A pattern several longtime staff have described, almost reluctantly, as sounding, deliberately paced rather than random. I first learned about this pattern during my 2nd season, from a communications technician named Reyes Villalobos, who had maintained the park's radio infrastructure for close to 20 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine equipment briefing, in the same practical, technical tone he used for describing any other maintenance issue, that the Overlook 7 repeater periodically produced an unusual static pattern that had never been traced to any identifiable equipment fault despite multiple thorough inspections over the years, and that park staff had simply learned to note it in the maintenance log without treating it as an active technical emergency, since it never actually disrupted normal radio function beyond the specific brief periods when the pattern itself occurred. I asked him the obvious question, whether the equipment had ever been comprehensively tested by outside specialists, given how unusual it seemed for a persistent technical anomaly to remain unresolved across 2 decades of otherwise competent radio infrastructure maintenance. He told me it had, in fact, been examined multiple times by outside contractors specializing in radio repeater systems, including a particularly thorough investigation roughly a decade before I arrived. When the park brought in a specialist specifically to diagnose the pattern, after park administration grew concerned it might indicate a deeper equipment fault that could eventually compromise the repeater's actual operational reliability. That investigation, according to Reyes, found the repeater's hardware functioning entirely within normal specifications. No evidence of corrosion, moisture intrusion, electrical interference, or any of the ordinary technical causes that typically produce structured, repeating static patterns in aging radio equipment. The specialist, unable to identify any conventional explanation, had eventually suggested the pattern might originate from some unusual atmospheric or electromagnetic interference specific to that mesa's particular geology. A theory that remained speculative and unconfirmed, but that satisfied park administration's basic requirement to document some kind of plausible explanation before closing out the investigation. I want to describe the specific character of the static pattern in more detail, because it is central to why this phenomenon has remained a quiet subject of curiosity among longtime staff rather than simply being dismissed as ordinary equipment noise. Reyes described it, and I would later confirm through my own direct experience, as consisting of a series of distinct pulses, varying in length and spacing in a manner that felt, to every ranger who has ever heard it and commented on the experience, deliberately structured rather than genuinely random, similar in general character to a kind of rhythmic tapping or knocking pattern translated into radio static, though nobody who has ever heard it has been able to identify it as matching any known signaling system, historical or modern. I experienced this myself directly during my 4th season, monitoring radio traffic during a routine overnight firewatch assignment that required staffing a position within range of the Overlook 7 repeater. Sometime after midnight, during an otherwise quiet stretch with no active radio traffic from any other staff, my handheld radio produced the pattern Reyes had described, a series of distinct static pulses lasting perhaps 90 seconds in total, structured in a way that felt, to my own ear in the moment, unmistakably deliberate rather than random, before fading back to the ordinary quiet background hiss the repeater typically produced during inactive periods. I logged the observation factually in my patrol report the following morning, exactly as any ranger would document an unusual equipment behavior, and brought it directly to Reyes. He confirmed my description matched, in specific detail, dozens of similar reports he had collected informally from other staff over his 2 decades maintaining that repeater, and told me something that had never made it into any official park report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the specific location of the repeater station itself. He told me that in researching the site's history years earlier, curious enough to investigate whether the pattern might connect to some specific feature of the immediate landscape, he had consulted with tribal cultural resource specialists who periodically work with the park on archaeological interpretation and site protection, sharing the general location of the Overlook 7 repeater as part of an unrelated conversation about Mesa Top resource management. One of those specialists, according to Reyes, mentioned, without being specifically prompted about the radio anomaly, that the immediate area surrounding that repeater's location corresponded, based on oral tradition passed down within his own community, to a site with particular cultural and historical significance predating the structures more commonly documented and interpreted for park visitors. Details he was not able to share further, given the sensitive and community-specific nature of that knowledge, but which he indicated was well known enough within his own community that the specific Mesa Point had never been considered an appropriate location for the kind of invasive archaeological survey work that has been conducted more extensively elsewhere within the park's boundaries. I want to be careful here because I understand the significance and sensitivity of connecting any unexplained modern phenomenon too directly or speculatively to indigenous cultural knowledge that outsiders like myself are not in a position to fully understand or interpret. I share this detail only because Reyes himself considered it relevant enough to mention, and because it offers, at minimum, a possible explanation for why that particular repeater location might carry a different character than other, similarly aged and maintained radio infrastructure scattered throughout the rest of the park, none of which has ever produced a comparable static pattern despite facing broadly similar environmental and technical conditions. I want to share one more account from a fellow ranger named Delacroix Whitfield, who staffed several overnight fire watch assignments alongside me during that same fourth season, who experienced the pattern independently during a different overnight shift roughly 2 months after my own encounter. He described the same general structure and duration I had experienced, but added a detail I had not personally noticed during my own encounter, that toward the very end of the 90-second pattern, the static briefly resolved into something that sounded, for just a few seconds, less like structured noise and more like a genuine, if heavily distorted, human voice, too degraded to make out any specific words, but distinct enough in cadence and tone that he felt confident, even reviewing the memory afterward with some skepticism about his own perception in the moment, that he had heard something closer to actual speech than simple radio interference. I asked Reyes whether any other staff member had ever reported that specific detail, a moment of apparent voice emerging briefly from within the broader static pattern. He told me it had come up occasionally over the years, though inconsistently enough that he had never felt confident treating it as a reliable, universal feature of the phenomenon the way the broader, rhythmic static pattern itself had proven to be present, as far as he could determine, in essentially every documented instance across 2 decades of informal tracking. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Overlook 7 sometimes, particularly during quiet overnight radio duty, anywhere else when the ordinary background hiss of an idle channel briefly reminds me of that specific, structured pattern I once heard clearly enough, twice, to know I hadn't imagined it. Mesa Verde protects a landscape occupied continuously by human communities for the better part of 1,000 years before their eventual departure for reasons that remain, even to this day, only partially understood by the archaeologists and historians who have studied the site most closely. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it and with genuine respect for the limits of what I am qualified to understand about that history, that a landscape holding that much accumulated human presence, memory, and continuity might occasionally find its own way of registering itself through whatever modern instrument happens to be listening closely enough, in whatever language the mesa itself still remembers how to speak. The cave that breathes. I worked 7 seasons as a cave resource ranger at Carlsbad Caverns National Park in southeastern New Mexico, a park built around one of the largest and most extensively explored cave systems in North America, with over 120 documented caves within its boundaries, the most famous of which, the Caverns the Park is named for, draws visitors from around the world to walk through chambers large enough to hold entire buildings and formations that took hundreds of thousands of years to grow into their current shapes. Most of my work involved cave resource monitoring, guiding specialized research and survey teams into the park's less developed, non-public cave systems, and general oversight of the ongoing scientific mapping effort that continues to expand the known extent of the park's underground terrain even after more than a century of exploration. Cave systems, unlike surface terrain, are never fully mapped in any absolute sense. New passages continue to be discovered regularly, sometimes connecting previously separate cave systems into a single larger network, sometimes revealing entirely new chambers that had simply never been accessible through any previously known route. This ongoing process of discovery means that cave rangers develop a very different relationship with uncertainty than most other park staff, comfortable acknowledging that the landscape they're responsible for protecting is, in a very literal sense, still being actively discovered even after generations of dedicated exploration. I want to describe a specific unmapped chamber accessed through a narrow, technically demanding passage in one of the park's non-public cave systems, because every ranger and researcher who has worked cave survey in that particular system long enough eventually encounters a phenomenon there that has never been satisfactorily explained despite genuine scientific interest in understanding it. The chamber itself, which survey teams have informally referred to for decades simply as the lung room, given the specific phenomenon I am about to describe, produces a consistent, low-frequency sound described by everyone who has ever heard it as remarkably similar to slow, deep, rhythmic breathing, audible clearly enough within the chamber itself that it cannot easily be mistaken for ordinary cave acoustics or airflow effects. I first learned about this phenomenon during my second season, from a senior cave resource specialist named Ottavia Renwick, who had led survey expeditions into that system for close to 2 decades by the time I met her. She mentioned it during a briefing before my first authorized expedition into that particular non-public system, in the same careful, professional tone she used for describing any other technical hazard or notable resource feature, that the lung room produced a distinctive, rhythmic sound that every survey team documented consistently across decades of visits, and that current scientific understanding attributed it to some combination of airflow through an as yet undiscovered connecting passage, and specific acoustic resonance properties of the chamber's particular limestone formation, though she was careful to add that this explanation remained a working hypothesis rather than a confirmed, fully understood mechanism. I asked her the obvious question, whether cave scientists had ever attempted a rigorous acoustic or airflow study specifically targeting that phenomenon, given how genuinely unusual it seemed for a sound this distinctive and consistent to remain scientifically unexplained after decades of otherwise thorough documentation of that cave system. She told me it had, in fact, been studied multiple times over the years, including a dedicated research project roughly a decade before I arrived, when a team of cave scientists specifically focused on measuring and analyzing the phenomenon using specialized acoustic and airflow monitoring equipment brought in specifically for that purpose. That study, according to Ottavia, confirmed the sound's remarkable regularity, a consistent rhythmic pattern averaging close to 12 cycles per minute, a rate she noted, almost as an aside during our conversation, that fell within the normal range of human resting respiration, a detail the original research team had also noted in their own final report without drawing any specific conclusion from the coincidence beyond acknowledging it as scientifically interesting. The study also confirmed measurable airflow within the chamber correlating with the sound's rhythm, air genuinely moving in and out of the space in a pattern consistent with what you would expect if some larger, currently undiscovered passage connected the chamber to the surface or to another section of the cave system with different atmosphere pressure. A plausible physical mechanism that satisfied the research team's basic scientific requirement to document a measurable physical process behind the phenomenon, even without identifying the actual passage responsible for producing that airflow. I experienced this myself directly during my 4th season, accompanying a survey team into that non-public system as part of routine resource monitoring duties, spending several hours working in a section of passage adjacent to the lung room while the survey team conducted detailed measurements and documentation within the chamber itself. I want to describe what I actually heard as carefully and accurately as I can, because it is the foundation of why this phenomenon has remained genuinely unsettling to me even years after leaving that job, despite the reasonably plausible airflow explanation the earlier research team had documented. The sound, when I finally entered the chamber myself to assist with equipment transport, was immediately and unmistakably recognizable as exactly what every previous account had described. A slow, deep, rhythmic sound with the specific quality of breathing rather than any more mechanical or purely acoustic quality I might have expected from wind moving through rock. I want to emphasize that this comparison to breathing was not simply a loose, evocative description passed down through cave folklore, but something I recognized immediately and viscerally upon actually hearing it myself. A sound that produced, almost involuntarily, the same kind of attentive, careful stillness in me that being in close proximity to a large, sleeping animal might produce. An instinctive awareness that I was in the presence of something that, whatever its actual physical explanation, felt considerably more alive than a simple airflow effect should reasonably feel. I brought this reaction to Ottavia afterward, and she told me she had experienced almost exactly the same instinctive response during her own first encounter with the chamber decades earlier, and that this specific visceral quality to the sound, distinct from its purely measurable acoustic characteristics, came up consistently enough in accounts from other researchers and rangers that she had, informally and separate from any official scientific documentation, begun keeping her own private notes on the subject over the years, curious whether some pattern might eventually emerge from enough independently collected personal impressions. I want to describe one additional detail Ottavia shared with me, one that had never made it into any official research report because it involved a single anomalous data point that the original acoustic study's own research team had ultimately excluded from their final published findings as an unexplained equipment malfunction rather than a genuine feature of the phenomenon. During one measurement session, the team's sensitive acoustic monitoring equipment had, for a period of roughly 30 seconds, registered a brief interruption in the otherwise remarkably consistent breathing rhythm, a pause the equipment's own data logs described in terms the research team's report characterized only as an irregular gap inconsistent with the sound's established baseline pattern, before the rhythm resumed exactly as before, at precisely the same rate and character it had, maintained throughout the rest of that same measurement session. The research team's official interpretation attributed that gap to a sensor calibration error, a reasonable and scientifically responsible conclusion given the absence of any corroborating explanation and the isolated, single occurrence nature of the anomaly within an otherwise large dataset collected over multiple measurement sessions. But Ottavia told me that the researcher who had actually been present in the chamber during that specific measurement session, someone she had spoken with personally years later at an academic conference, had described experiencing the pause directly himself, not merely as a data anomaly on his monitoring equipment, but as a distinctly felt, silent absence within the chamber during those same 30 seconds. A sensation he described to Ottavia as feeling, in his own words, like standing next to someone who had simply, briefly held their breath. I want to share one more account from a geologist named Casimir Adeyemi, who conducted an independent survey of the chambers surrounding limestone formations, hoping to identify any structural evidence of the hypothesized connecting passage that might finally explain the phenomenon's underlying airflow mechanism definitively. His survey, conducted using ground-penetrating radar and other standard geological mapping techniques, found several promising void spaces within the surrounding rock that could plausibly represent unexplored passage sections, but was ultimately unable to definitively confirm any direct connection between those voids and the lung room's measured airflow pattern, leaving the phenomenon's precise, physical mechanism formally unresolved even after his own genuinely rigorous scientific effort to finally close that particular gap in the cave system's understanding. Casimir told Ottavia in a conversation she later relayed to me, that despite his own professional, scientifically grounded confidence that some entirely mundane geological explanation almost certainly accounted for the phenomenon, he had found himself, during his own extended time working directly within the chamber, developing the same instinctive, difficult to fully rationalize unease that every other account I had heard also described, a visceral sense of proximity to something breathing, that his own careful scientific training had never quite managed to fully dispel, regardless of how confidently he could explain the underlying physics on paper. I no longer work at that park, but I think about the lung room sometimes, particularly whenever I find myself in any other quiet, enclosed space and notice the specific rhythm of my own breathing more consciously than usual. Carlsbad Caverns protects a cave system that continues to reveal new passages and new chambers even now. Well over a century after formal exploration first began, a landscape that remains, in the most literal sense, still actively being discovered. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it and with full respect for the genuinely plausible scientific explanation that decades of careful research have already documented, that a cave system this vast, this ancient, and this incompletely understood might reasonably be expected to hold at least one chamber that continues to breathe slowly and patiently, regardless of whether the passage responsible for that breath is ever finally located by anyone equipped to go looking for it. The Ranger Boat with No Wake. I worked 6 seasons as a backcountry and marine patrol ranger at Isle Royale National Park, a remote island wilderness in Lake Superior accessible only by boat or seaplane, roughly 50 miles from the nearest mainland port on the Michigan side and considerably closer to the Canadian shore, making it one of the least visited national parks in the entire system relative to how long it has been established, precisely because reaching it requires genuine effort and planning that most casual visitors never bother to make. The park's marine patrol duties involve monitoring boat traffic around the island's extensive shoreline and surrounding smaller islands, assisting with search and rescue operations on a lake known for producing sudden, severe weather changes, and general resource protection across a landscape where water access defines almost every aspect of park operations. Lake Superior itself has a long, well-documented history of maritime tragedy. Hundreds of shipwrecks scattered across its bottom accumulated over more than a century of commercial shipping, fishing, and recreational boating. A body of water cold and deep enough that recovered remains and wreckage from decades-old incidents are sometimes found remarkably well preserved compared to what similar conditions would produce in warmer waters. Every ranger who works marine patrol at that park develops a healthy, practical respect for the lake's genuine capacity for sudden danger. And most of us also, eventually, hear about a specific pattern involving a patrol boat that has never been fully explained despite decades of informal tracking by park staff. I want to describe this pattern carefully because it involves a detail that every ranger who has personally witnessed it describes with remarkable, unprompted consistency, on a small but recurring number of occasions each season, always according to informal records kept by Marine Patrol staff going back further than any current ranger's own tenure. A park patrol boat is observed from a distance, moving along a specific stretch of shoreline on the island's more remote northeastern side, an area with limited public access and correspondingly light patrol traffic even during peak season. The boat itself appears, by every account, to be an entirely ordinary Park Service patrol vessel, consistent in size, color, and general silhouette with the actual boats used by the park's Marine Patrol fleet, moving at what witnesses consistently describe as a normal, moderate patrol speed. The detail that makes this pattern genuinely strange, and that every witness independently and specifically notices, is that the boat produces no visible wake whatsoever, None of the characteristic disturbed water trailing behind any vessel moving through open water at that speed. An absence that becomes immediately and unmistakably obvious to anyone with enough marine experience to know what a boat's wake should actually look like under those specific water and speed conditions. I first learned about this pattern during my second season from a Marine Patrol supervisor named Torvald Lindqvist, who had worked that district for close to 18 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine marine safety briefing, in the same practical tone he used for describing ice conditions or severe weather protocols, that rangers occasionally reported observing what appeared to be a park patrol vessel operating along the island's northeastern shoreline without producing any visible wake, and that this had been documented consistently enough over the decades that current Marine staff simply logged the observation factually whenever it occurred, without treating it as requiring active investigation, since it had never once corresponded to any actual missing or unaccounted for vessel in the park's own fleet inventory. I asked him the obvious question, whether the park had ever conducted a rigorous investigation attempting to identify the source of these sightings, given how unusual it seemed for such a specific, physically impossible visual detail to be reported consistently across decades by experienced Marine staff who would presumably recognize genuine equipment or perception errors when they encountered them. He told me it had been investigated at least twice over the years, most recently roughly a decade before I arrived, when a particularly persistent series of sightings within a single season prompted district administration to conduct a formal cross-reference of every actual patrol boat's GPS tracking data against the specific times and locations of each reported sighting. That investigation, according to Torvald, confirmed conclusively that no actual park patrol vessel had been operating anywhere near the reported location during any of the specific times documented in that season's sightings. Every genuine vessel accounted for elsewhere in the park's tracking system at the exact moments witnesses reported observing the wakeless boat, ruling out the simplest possible explanation that rangers were simply misperceiving an actual, ordinary patrol boat moving at an angle or distance that made its genuine wake difficult to see clearly from shore. I experienced this myself directly during my fourth season, conducting a routine shoreline patrol on foot along the island's northeastern coast on a calm, clear afternoon with excellent visibility across the water. I noticed, at a distance I estimated afterward to be roughly half a mile offshore, a vessel matching the general size, color, and silhouette of the park's standard patrol boats, moving along the shoreline at what appeared to be a normal, moderate patrol speed, well within the range where a genuine wake should have been clearly visible under the calm water conditions present that day. I watched the vessel for several minutes, using binoculars to observe it more closely once my initial observation registered as unusual and confirmed, as clearly as the distance and lighting allowed, that the water directly behind the boat remained essentially flat and undisturbed, showing none of the characteristic wake pattern that any vessel moving at that speed through open water should reliably produce. A detail immediately obvious to me given my own considerable Marine Patrol experience. By that point in my career, I attempted to raise the vessel directly by radio, using the standard Marine channel all park patrol boats monitor, and received no response of any kind, despite the boat remaining clearly visible and apparently operating normally for the entire duration of my attempted contact. I logged the observation factually in my patrol report that evening, exactly as any ranger would document an unusual sighting, and brought it directly to Torvald the following morning. He confirmed my description matched, in specific detail, dozens of similar reports he had collected informally from other Marine staff over his 18 years supervising that district, particularly the specific detail about attempting and failing to raise the vessel by radio. A detail, he said, came up in nearly every documented account he had ever collected, despite none of those witnesses ever comparing notes with each other before independently describing that same failed attempt at contact. I want to describe one additional detail Torvald shared with me, one that had never made it into any official park report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the specific stretch of shoreline where these sightings consistently occurred. He told me that in researching the area's maritime history years earlier, curious enough to investigate whether the pattern might connect to some documented historical incident, he had found records indicating a significant vessel loss had occurred near that exact stretch of coastline in the early 20th century. A commercial fishing boat that went missing during a sudden, severe storm. With the vessel itself never recovered and the fate of its small crew never definitively confirmed beyond. General presumption of loss. A tragedy that predated the park's own establishment by several decades, but that remained documented in regional maritime historical archives Torvald had consulted during his own research. That connection, he was careful to caution me, remained entirely speculative, offering no confirmed link between the historical loss and the modern, informally documented sighting pattern beyond simple geographic proximity, and he emphasized that he shared it with me the same way it had been shared with him, as an interesting, unresolved thread rather than any confident explanation for what Marine staff were actually observing. I want to share one more account from a fellow ranger named Perpetua Callio who observed the phenomenon under considerably closer conditions than my own encounter, during a routine patrol conducted by actual boat rather than from shore, placing her within perhaps 200 yards of the wakeless vessel at the closest point of her own observation. She described the encounter in detail during a conversation we had several years after it occurred, once she felt comfortable discussing it openly rather than simply logging it factually the way protocol required. She told me that at her closest approach, she had been able to observe, with considerably more clarity than my own more distant sighting allowed, that the vessel appeared to be crewed, a single figure visible at what would be the helm position, though she was careful to specify that she could not make out any clear physical details of that figure beyond a general human silhouette consistent with someone actively operating the boat. She told me the figure had, at one point during her observation, appeared to turn toward her own approaching vessel, a moment she described as producing an immediate, powerful instinct to alter her own course away from the encounter rather than continuing to close the distance the way standard protocol for an unidentified vessel would normally require. An instinct she followed without fully deciding to, turning her own patrol boat onto a different heading before she had consciously processed why she felt so strongly compelled to do so. I asked Torvald, near the end of my own time working that district, whether he had ever developed a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from whatever official explanation existed or didn't exist in the park's own investigative records. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in 18 years of occasionally encountering reports of the phenomenon himself, including 2 personal sightings of his own that he described to me in detail matching the general pattern I had already heard from every other source, he had never landed on any explanation that fully accounted for both the vessel's consistent, physically impossible absence of a wake and its apparent limited responsiveness to observers attempting to approach or contact it. I no longer work at that park, but I think about that stretch of northeastern shoreline sometimes, particularly on calm days, anywhere else on open water when I find myself instinctively checking my own boat's wake the way Marine Patrol training taught me to do almost automatically after enough years of the habit. Lake Superior holds a genuinely vast, largely invisible history beneath its surface. Hundreds of vessels and untold numbers of lost lives accumulated across more than a century of maritime activity on water cold and deep enough to preserve far more of that history than most bodies of water ever could. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a lake holding that much unresolved loss might occasionally produce its own quiet echo along the specific stretch of shoreline closest to where one particular loss occurred. A patrol boat that never quite manages to leave a trace behind it, moving steadily along a coastline it perhaps still considers, in whatever sense applies to a thing like this, its own to watch over. The campsite that books itself. I worked 6 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Acadia National Park in Maine, a park built around a section of rocky, glacially carved coastline and forested mountains on Mount Desert Island, one of the most heavily visited national parks in the entire system relative to its relatively modest size, drawing millions of visitors annually to its famous carriage roads, granite peaks, and dramatic coastal scenery. Most of my work involved managing the park's limited backcountry camping program, a small system of designated primitive sites scattered across the island's less developed sections, distinct from the park's much larger, more heavily used developed campgrounds that most visitors actually use. The backcountry permit system at Acadia works through a modern digital reservation platform, the same general type of system used across much of the national park system for managing limited backcountry access, allowing visitors to reserve specific designated sites for specific dates through an online booking interface administered centrally and cross-referenced automatically against actual site availability to prevent double booking or overcapacity at any given location. I want to describe a specific designated site, one I'll refer to here simply as Site 11 along a stretch of coastline in one of the park's quieter sections, because every ranger who has managed that permit system long enough eventually encounters a pattern involving that specific site that has never been satisfactorily explained despite the system's own robust technical safeguards against exactly this kind of anomaly. Every other designated site in the park's backcountry system, without exception, shows a booking history entirely consistent with actual visitor reservations, matching cleanly against payment records, visitor names, and the general seasonal demand patterns you would expect from a popular coastal parks backcountry program. Site 11 does not behave this way. According to years of informal tracking by permit administration staff, that specific site has, on a small but consistent number of occasions each year, appeared in the reservation system as booked for one particular, recurring date each September, without any corresponding visitor reservation, payment record, or account activity anywhere in the system that would explain how or why that specific date became blocked. I first learned about this pattern during my second season from a permit administration supervisor named Cordelia Ashgrove, who had managed that reservation system for close to 12 years by the time I met her. She mentioned it during a routine training briefing on the backcountry permit software, in the same practical tone she used for describing any other system quirk or administrative procedure, that Site 11 consistently showed as unavailable for a specific date each September, that this had been observed every single year going back further than her own tenure managing the system, and that IT support had investigated the discrepancy multiple times over the years without ever identifying any software bug or database error that would explain the pattern. I asked her the obvious question, whether this simply reflected some kind of recurring administrative hold, perhaps a maintenance closure or resource protection measure scheduled annually for that specific site during that specific window. She told me she had wondered the same thing herself when she first encountered the pattern, and had specifically checked the park's own resource management and maintenance scheduling records for any documented reason a hold might be placed on that site during that particular week each September, finding nothing whatsoever in any official park record that would explain or justify the block date. I want to describe the specific technical detail that makes this pattern genuinely difficult to dismiss as simple software error, because it is central to why permit administration staff have continued taking it seriously enough to track informally across more than a decade. The reservation system logs every booking action with a timestamp and, where applicable, an associated user account or administrative login responsible for that action, a standard audit trail feature built into the software specifically to allow troubleshooting exactly this kind of discrepancy. When Cordelia and her IT support colleagues investigated the Site 11 pattern directly, examining the system's own internal audit logs for the specific booking action that blocked that recurring September date each year, they found the booking action itself genuinely present in the system's records, correctly time-stamped and correctly associated with the specific date and site, but with no user account, administrative login, or any other identifiable source logged as responsible for creating that booking, an audit trail gap that IT support described, according to Cordelia, as something they had never encountered anywhere else in the entire reservation platform across years of otherwise normal system operation. I experienced this pattern directly myself during my 4th season, working a shift in the Parks Permit office during the exact week each September when Site 11 traditionally showed as blocked. I want to describe what I actually observed as carefully as I can, because it is the foundation of why this pattern has stayed with me longer than almost any other unusual detail I encountered during my time at that park. I checked the reservation system myself that morning, confirming Site 11 displayed as booked for that specific date, and, curious enough to test the pattern directly rather than simply accept Cordelia's account secondhand, attempted to manually override the booking through my own administrative access, intending to open the site for actual visitor use since no legitimate reservation appeared to exist, explaining the block. The override itself processed successfully according to the system's own confirmation message, appearing to clear the booking and return Site 11 to available status. When I checked the system again, roughly 20 minutes later, during a routine follow-up to confirm the change had taken effect properly, Site 11 displayed, once again as booked for that same specific date, with the audit log showing a new booking action timestamp just minutes after my own override, associated, once again, with no identifiable user account or administrative source responsible for creating it. I brought this experience directly to Cordelia, and she told me she had, in fact, attempted the exact same manual override herself years earlier, with precisely the same result, the block reasserting itself within a comparable window of time despite her own direct administrative intervention, a detail that had convinced her, more than anything else about the pattern, that whatever was actually responsible for the recurring block was not a simple, passive software glitch that might eventually resolve itself through routine system maintenance, but something considerably more persistent and, in her own words, oddly deliberate about maintaining that specific date's unavailability year after year. I want to describe one additional detail Cordelia shared with me, one that had never made it into any official IT support ticket because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the specific date itself once she finally thought to check it against the park's broader historical records rather than simply treating it as an arbitrary blocked window. She told me that the recurring September date corresponded, once she finally cross-referenced it against older park administrative archives, to the anniversary of a documented drowning incident that had occurred near that exact stretch of coastline decades earlier, before the park's current backcountry permit system existed in anything resembling its modern digital form. An incident involving a hiker who had gone missing during a solo overnight camping trip in that general area and whose body was eventually recovered from the water nearby several days later. That connection, she was careful to caution me, remained speculative rather than confirmed, since the historical incident predated any digital record keeping by decades, and the connection itself relied on cross-referencing dates across very different eras of park administration. But she told me the coincidence had struck her as significant enough, once she identified it, that she had never again attempted to manually override the block during that specific window each year, choosing instead to simply accept the site's unavailability during that one particular week and quietly reassign any visitor who specifically requested that date to a different, comparable site elsewhere in the backcountry system. I want to share one more account from a colleague named Barnabas Truen who worked permit administration alongside me during my final 2 seasons, who took a more systematic approach than either Cordelia or I had previously attempted, specifically monitoring the exact moment each year when the block first appeared in the system rather than simply confirming its presence after the fact. He told me that during his own careful monitoring, he had identified the block appearing in the system's records at a specific, consistent time each year, always occurring during the very early morning hours, well before the permit office opened and before any legitimate administrative staff would typically be actively working within the reservation software. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Site 11 sometimes, particularly during the first weeks of September. Anywhere else, when the seasonal shift towards shorter days and cooler evenings reminds me, almost involuntarily, of that particular stretch of Maine coastline. Acadia draws millions of visitors a year to its most famous, accessible destinations, and only a small fraction of those visitors will ever experience its quieter backcountry sites the way the small number of us managing that permit system did. Watching one particular site, year after year, quietly and consistently reserve itself for a date that no living visitor has ever actually requested honoring, in whatever limited sense applies to a modern digital reservation system, an anniversary that. The rest of the park's official records have long since allowed to fade from active memory. The ranger who never casts a reflection. I worked 5 seasons as a Marine Ranger aboard Park Service patrol vessels at Glacier Bay National Park in southeastern Alaska, a park accessible almost entirely by water, a network of fjords and inlets carved by retreating glaciers, some still actively calving into the bay's cold water today, others that retreated generations ago, leaving behind forest already reclaiming ground that was solid ice within living memory. Most of my work involved monitoring cruise ship and smaller vessel traffic within the bay's protected waters, conducting wildlife surveys focused on the area's significant humpback whale and harbor seal populations, and general marine safety patrol across water that remains genuinely cold and genuinely dangerous year-round regardless of how calm it might appear on any given afternoon. Marine patrol crews at that park work in close, extended proximity to each other, multi-day patrol assignments aboard a relatively small vessel where crew members share tight quarters, coordinate constantly on operational tasks, and develop, out of simple practical necessity, a close working familiarity with each other's habits, mannerisms, and physical presence that few land-based ranger assignments require to the same degree. I want to describe a specific colleague from those years and a specific detail about him that I have never been able to fully explain despite years spent working directly alongside him in circumstances that gave me ample, repeated opportunity to observe and reconsider what I was actually seeing. The colleague in question, a deckhand and junior Marine Ranger named Osric Cullenberg, joined the patrol crew during my 3rd season at the park, transferring in from a different Marine district with strong recommendations and genuinely excellent practical boat handling skills that made him, by every professional measure, an outstanding addition to our small crew. I want to be clear that everything about Osric's actual job performance, personality, and professional conduct was entirely ordinary and, in most respects, genuinely exemplary, a well-liked, competent colleague who I considered, by the end of our time working together, one of the better crewmates I had throughout my entire career in that park. The detail that has stayed with me, and that I have never been able to explain through any mundane theory I find fully satisfying, is that across the better part of 2 full seasons working in close proximity to Osric aboard that patrol vessel, I never once observed his reflection appear in any of the boat's numerous reflective surfaces, the cabin's polished metal fixtures, the calm water surface during still conditions, or, most specifically and most difficult for me to explain away. The vessel's bridge windows during low light conditions when every other crew member's reflection appeared clearly and predictably against the glass. I want to describe how gradually this observation actually developed because I think that gradual, accumulated quality is part of why it has stayed with me longer and more seriously than it might have if I had simply noticed it all at once in some single dramatic moment. For the first several weeks of working alongside Osric, I noticed nothing unusual whatsoever. My attention entirely occupied with the ordinary demands of coordinating a new crew member into our established patrol routines. It was only gradually, over the course of perhaps 2 months of regular, close proximity work, that I began to register a persistent, difficult-to-articulate sense that something about my visual experience of Osric felt subtly different from my experience of every other crew member, without being able to immediately identify what that difference actually was. The specific realization crystallized for me during a routine evening patrol in calm water, the kind of still, glassy conditions that produce genuinely excellent reflections across the entire bay's surface. Conditions every experienced Marine Ranger in that district learns to appreciate for both their beauty and their usefulness in spotting wildlife at a distance. I was standing at the boat's rail alongside Osric, both of us watching for whale activity, and I noticed almost involuntarily my own reflection clearly visible in the water directly below where I stood, and beside it, no corresponding reflection where Osric's own position at the rail should have produced one, only the ordinary, undisturbed water surface exactly as it would appear if no one at all were standing there. I want to describe my own reaction as honestly as I can, because I think the specific quality of my disbelief in that moment matters to understanding why I did not immediately raise the issue directly with Osric or with any other colleague. My first, immediate assumption was simply that I had misjudged the angle or the specific lighting conditions in some way that made his reflection genuinely present, but simply difficult for me to see clearly from my particular vantage point, a mundane explanation that felt, in the moment, far more plausible than any alternative I could imagine. I moved slightly, adjusting my own position along the rail, and confirmed, with growing and genuinely unsettling clarity, that no adjustment of my own viewing angle produced any visible reflection corresponding to Osric's clearly, physically present position beside me. I did not say anything to him directly that evening, uncertain how to raise something that strange without risking sounding as though I had lost some basic grip on ordinary perception. But I began, over the following weeks, deliberately testing the observation across every reflective surface our patrol work naturally exposed us to, the boat's bridge windows during evening low-light conditions, the polished brass fixtures in the vessel's small galley, even on one occasion, a handheld mirror eye, brought aboard specifically to test the pattern more directly and privately, holding it up in Osric's general direction during a quiet moment when I could plausibly explain the action as simple personal grooming if he happened to notice. Every single test produced the same result. Osric's physical presence remained, in every practical sense, entirely ordinary and completely unremarkable, a solid, physically present colleague who ate, slept, worked, and interacted with every aspect of our shared environment exactly the way any other crew member would. His reflection, across every reflective surface I tested over the following months, simply never appeared, a consistent, specific absence that I found genuinely difficult to reconcile with the otherwise complete physical ordinariness of his presence in every other respect. I eventually brought this observation to our patrol supervisor, a veteran Marine Ranger named Perpetuo Alagan, who had worked that district for close to 2 decades by that point, choosing my words carefully during a private conversation rather than raising it in front of the rest of the crew. I expected, honestly, that he would either dismiss my observation as some kind of stress-related perceptual error, understandable given the genuinely demanding, isolated nature of extended Marine Patrol work, or that he would simply be baffled in the same way I was. His actual reaction surprised me considerably more than either of those expected responses. He told me, after a long pause, that he had noticed something similar himself, though he had never felt confident enough in his own observation to raise it formally. Uncertain whether he was genuinely perceiving something unusual or simply falling prey to some kind of suggestible misperception during long, isolated stretches of demanding marine work. He told me that once I had independently confirmed the same specific pattern, describing tests and observations that closely matched his own private, informal attempts to verify what he thought he had been noticing, he felt considerably more confident that we were both genuinely observing something real rather than each separately experiencing some kind of individual perceptual anomaly. I want to describe one additional detail Perpetuo shared with me, one that had never made it into any official personnel discussion because it seemed too strange and too potentially damaging to Osric's own professional standing to raise formally without more concrete evidence than either of us actually possessed. He told me that in reviewing Osric's own personnel file, curious enough after our conversation to look more closely at his background, he had found the same kind of gap that several similar stories from other parks apparently share, a background check and employment history that cleared through standard federal hiring verification, but that showed remarkably sparse documentation of Osric's life and work prior to his employment with the Park Service, with no clear record of family, prior residence, or personal history beyond the bare minimum required to satisfy the hiring process itself. I never confronted Osric directly about any of this, partly out of the same reluctance every ranger in stories like this one seems to describe, a genuine respect for a colleague's privacy and a reluctance to risk damaging a warm, entirely functional working relationship over an observation I could not fully explain or justify raising formally. I continued working alongside him for the remainder of my time at that park, and our professional relationship remained exactly as collegial and mutually respectful as it had always been. I no longer work at that park, and I lost touch with Osric after both of us eventually moved on to different postings, mine to a different park entirely, his, as far as I last heard, to a different marine district somewhere else along the Alaskan coast. I think about him sometimes, particularly whenever I find myself on calm water anywhere else, watching my own reflection appear clearly and predictably in the surface below me, the ordinary, ever-present visual confirmation of my own physical presence that I never fully appreciated as something worth noticing until I spent 2 seasons working alongside someone whose own reflection, for reasons I have never been able to explain, simply never appeared at all. The ranger who answers 2 radios. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming, a park built around one of the most dramatic mountain ranges in the lower 48, jagged granite peaks rising abruptly from the flat valley floor of Jackson Hole, with almost no foothills in between, a landscape that draws climbers, backpackers, and wildlife watchers from around the world. Most of my work involved backcountry patrol across the park's more remote canyon systems, coordinating search and rescue support for the park's technical climbing routes, and general radio communication duties that kept me in constant contact with the district office and other rangers scattered across the park's various patrol zones throughout any given shift. Radio discipline is a core part of backcountry ranger training at any park, but especially so at Grand Teton, where the terrain's dramatic vertical relief and frequent, sudden weather changes mean a working radio is often the single most important piece of equipment a ranger carries, more important in a genuine emergency than any other tool in a standard field kit. Every ranger learns early in their career to recognize their own voice pattern on the radio, the specific cadence and rhythm each person naturally develops over years of using the same call signs, the same brief, efficient phrasing that becomes almost automatic after enough repetition across enough seasons. I want to describe a specific pattern that I first began noticing during my third season, one that I initially dismissed as a simple technical glitch before it became clear, over time, that something considerably stranger was actually happening. On a small but recurring number of occasions, always during periods of otherwise routine radio traffic, I would key my radio to make a standard call, reporting my location or requesting information for dispatch, and would hear, in the brief interval immediately following my own transmission, what sounded unmistakably like my own voice, repeating my exact call back to dispatch a second time in the same cadence, the same phrasing, sometimes even the same small verbal habits I knew myself to have, arriving on the channel just a fraction of a second after my own original transmission had ended. I want to be precise about how this differed from ordinary radio feedback or an echo effect, because that was my very first assumption upon hearing it. A mundane technical explanation I clung to for longer than I probably should have, given how many times the pattern eventually repeated itself over the following seasons. Radio feedback and echo effects are well understood, common technical phenomena in mountainous terrain with multiple repeaters, and any experienced radio user learns to recognize their specific signature, a garbled, distorted quality, or a clean but clearly delayed repetition of the same audio. What I was hearing was different, a second transmission that arrived close enough to my own original call that it briefly overlapped with it, yet remained clearly, distinctly audible as a separate, complete transmission in its own right, using my own exact voice and my own exact words, but arriving from a source that, according to the radio system's own technical specifications, should have been physically impossible to produce through any ordinary feedback or repeater malfunction. I first mentioned this to a district supervisor named Cassius Whitcomb during my fourth season, choosing my words carefully during a private conversation rather than raising it during a general briefing, uncertain how strange the observation would sound to someone hearing it for the first time. His reaction surprised me considerably. He told me, after a long pause, that he had heard something similar himself on several occasions over his own considerable career at that park, and that he had, in fact, heard other longtime rangers mention comparable experiences over the years, always described with the same specific, unsettling detail, a second transmission using their own exact voice, arriving just moments after their own genuine call, on a channel where no other legitimate radio unit should have been transmitting. Simultaneously, he told me that park communication staff had investigated the pattern at least once formally, years before my own arrival at the park, when a particularly persistent series of reports within a single season prompted a technical review of the entire district's repeater system. That review, according to Cassius, found no evidence of any malfunction, interference, or unauthorized transmission source anywhere within the park's radio infrastructure that could account for the pattern, concluding, without any confident alternative explanation, that the phenomenon likely reflected some combination of atmospheric conditions and individual radio units producing an unusual, difficult to reproduce technical artifact under specific, rare circumstances that the reviewing technicians were ultimately unable to identify or recreate under controlled testing conditions. I experienced the pattern directly and with unusual clarity myself during my fifth season, on a routine solo patrol through one of the park's more remote canyon systems, reporting my position to dispatch as I approached a scheduled checkpoint along my route. I keyed my radio, gave my standard call, location, time, and general condition report, and released the transmit button. In the brief silence that followed, before dispatch had even had time to respond, I heard my own voice again, repeating the exact same call, word for word, in the same unhurried cadence I knew to be my own natural speaking pattern on that radio, arriving clearly through my own handheld unit speaker as though transmitted from somewhere else on the same channel. I want to describe the specific unease this produced in me, because it went well beyond simple professional curiosity about an unusual technical pattern. Hearing your own voice repeated back to you, in your own exact words, in your own exact rhythm, from a source you know cannot logically exist, produces a genuinely disorienting effect that I have never fully been able to describe adequately to anyone who has not experienced it directly themselves. I stood still on the trail for a long moment afterward, my own radio silent again, working through the same mundane explanations I always eventually return to before continuing my patrol and logging the observation factually in my report at the end of that shift. I brought my experience directly to Cassius the following day, and he confirmed my description matched, in remarkable detail, his own most vivid personal encounters with the pattern over his career, particularly the specific detail about the second transmission arriving before dispatch had even had a chance to respond to the original call. A timing detail that several other Rangers had also independently mentioned to him over the years without ever comparing notes with each other beforehand. I want to describe one additional detail Cassius shared with me, one that had never made it into any official communications report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the specific geographic distribution of where these reports tended to occur. He told me that in reviewing years of informally collected accounts from other Rangers, he had noticed the pattern seemed to cluster disproportionately around a specific stretch of canyon terrain in the park's more remote southern district, an area that, according to older park records he had consulted, had been the site of a serious mountaineering accident decades earlier, involving a climber who had become separated from his party during a sudden storm and whose body was not recovered until several days after the search began. Found in a location that Cassius's own research placed close enough to the cluster of radio pattern reports that he found the geographic overlap difficult to dismiss as pure coincidence, while still being careful to caution that the connection remained entirely speculative rather than confirmed. I want to share one more account from a search and rescue coordinator named Wilhelmina Strand, who worked closely with backcountry patrol staff during my final 2 seasons at the park, who described an experience considerably more unsettling than my own single encounter. During an actual emergency response, coordinating radio communication for a technical rescue operation involving an injured climber, she reported hearing not just her own voice repeated back during a routine call, but during one specific and considerably more high-pressure transmission relaying critical medical information about the injured climber's condition. Hearing her own voice repeat that same critical information back a second time, with what she described as a single specific word, altered from what she had actually said. A change significant enough that it could have plausibly led to a meaningfully different medical response if the responding team had mistakenly acted on the altered version rather than her own original, accurate transmission. She told me that discrepancy troubled her considerably more than any other version of the pattern she had heard about from colleagues over the years, because it suggested, however she eventually chose to interpret it, that whatever was producing these repeated transmissions was not simply passively echoing her own words back to her, but was, in that one specific instance, actively altering the content in a way that could have genuinely mattered to the outcome of a real emergency, a possibility. She found difficult to reconcile with any purely mechanical or atmospheric explanation for the broader phenomenon. I asked Cassius, near the end of my own time working that district, whether he had ever developed a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from the inconclusive technical review that remained the park's official, if largely unspoken, position on the matter. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in his own considerable career working alongside that radio system, he had never landed on any explanation that fully accounted for both the pattern's remarkable, specific consistency across so many independent witnesses and its apparent, occasional capacity to introduce meaningful alteration into a transmission's actual content. a detail that pushed the phenomenon, in his own private thinking, well beyond simple atmospheric interference or equipment quirk, into something he was far less comfortable trying to name. I no longer work at that park, but I think about that specific stretch of Southern Canyon terrain sometimes, particularly whenever I find myself using a two-way radio anywhere else and catching, for just a fraction of a second after releasing the transmit button, the ordinary, expected silence that should follow any completed call. Grand Teton is a park defined by dramatic, sudden vertical relief, mountains that rise directly from the valley floor with almost no transition, and by the genuine, persistent danger that terrain has posed to climbers and backcountry travelers for the entire history of organized mountaineering in that range. I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape shaped so thoroughly by that specific, sudden kind of danger might occasionally produce its own echo of the voices that are called out across it in crisis, repeating, faithfully and sometimes with unsettling precision, the words of whoever happens to be speaking into the silence of those canyons next. One of those details came from Cassius himself, shared with me during a longer conversation near the end of my own time working that district, once enough years had passed that he seemed to feel comfortable discussing an aspect of his own personal history with the pattern that he had never mentioned during our original exchange. He told me that early in his own career, decades before he became district supervisor, he had experienced the pattern during a genuinely frightening moment, alone on a remote patrol during a sudden lightning storm, seeking shelter and reporting his position to dispatch with what he admitted, looking back, with a noticeably shaky voice given how close several recent strikes had landed to his own position. He told me that the repeated transmission he heard immediately afterward had matched his own words exactly, but had been delivered in a calm, entirely steady voice, without any trace of the fear he knew, beyond any doubt, had been genuinely present in his own original call. A discrepancy that had unsettled him for years afterward in a way that the simple existence of the pattern itself never quite managed to on its own. I want to mention one more account from Wilhelmina, involving a detail she shared with me only during a later conversation, after enough time had passed that her own initial unease about the altered word during that critical rescue transmission had settled into a more considered recollection. She told me that in reviewing her own memory of that specific incident many times since, she had come to believe, cautiously and without full confidence, that the altered word had actually corrected a small, genuine error in her own original transmission, a minor but real mistake in the medical terminology she had used under pressure, meaning the second, echoed version, however impossible its actual source remained, had potentially been more accurate than her own original call rather than less. A possibility that reframed the entire unsettling experience for her in a way she had never expected when she first told me about it. I asked Cassius whether other longtime staff had ever reported anything similar, an echo transmission that seemed, in some limited way, to improve upon or correct the original rather than simply repeating it exactly. He told me it had come up occasionally over the years, though inconsistently enough that he had never treated it as a confirmed, universal feature of the pattern, but frequently enough that he no longer dismissed it outright whenever a colleague described something similar, treating it instead with the same careful, respectful uncertainty he had come to apply to every other detail connected to that particular stretch of canyon radio traffic. I no longer work at that park, but I still find myself on quiet radio duty anywhere else in the country, listening a beat longer than I probably need to after releasing the transmit button, half expecting, in some small irrational corner of my mind, to hear that same familiar, steady echo of my own voice arrive a fraction of a second late. Most of the time, of course, there is nothing there at all, only the ordinary silence any properly functioning radio channel should produce. But every so often, on the right kind of still, quiet shift, I find that old attentiveness returning, a small private habit left over from 7 seasons spent working alongside a pattern that Grand Teton's own dedicated communication staff have never fully managed to explain, despite genuine, sustained effort spanning multiple formal technical investigations across several decades. Every ranger who has ever worked that district long enough eventually develops their own private relationship with that particular radio pattern, the way people in this line of work always seem to, with the one unresolved feature of their operational area that never fully settles into a comfortable explanation, no matter how many years pass since. I doubt I am the last ranger who will ever hear their own voice answer back a fraction of a second too soon, and I suspect whoever eventually inherits responsibility for that southern district long after Cassius Wilhelmina and I have all moved on to other postings entirely, the echo will still be there for them too, steady, faithful, and more often than any of us would have guessed when we first encountered it, quietly looking out for whoever happens to be speaking into that canyons. Silence next. 7 seasons in that park taught me more about the strange, durable comfort a landscape can offer its most careful, attentive rangers than almost anywhere else I have worked since, and I carry that lesson with me still, every single time I key a radio anywhere else in this country and wait, just a beat longer than strictly necessary, to hear what comes back. Grand Teton gave me that lesson freely, echo and all, and I remain, all these years later, genuinely grateful for it. That gratitude, more than any technical theory I ever tried to construct about repeaters, atmospheric interference, or unexplained equipment artifacts, feels like the truest thing I can say about the entire 7 years I spent working radio duty across that dramatic, unforgiving mountain range. Some places simply hold onto the voices that have called out across them in crisis, faithfully, patiently, for far longer than any of us who briefly passed through as rangers ever fully managed to understand, and I suspect Grand Teton will keep doing exactly that, quietly and reliably, for every ranger who answers a radio call there long after all of us who once carried that duty ourselves have moved on to other mountains, other canyons, and other quiet, unresolved mysteries we never quite manage to fully explain either. Cassius still supervises that district today, as far as I know, still logging every echo the same careful, patient way he always did, and Wilhelmina still coordinates rescue communications there as well, both of them carrying forward the same quiet, respectful tradition of attention that I was fortunate enough to inherit from them during my own 7 seasons on that radio channel. I like knowing that particular tradition has continued long after my own departure from that specific stretch of canyon country, carried forward by people who understood the pattern and respected it better than almost anyone else who has ever gone looking for its explanation. Some mysteries deserve exactly that kind of ongoing, careful attention rather than a rushed, tidy explanation nobody involved would ever fully trust anyway. That particular stretch of canyon has certainly earned mine, echo and all, and I suspect it always will, for as long as anyone remains willing to keep listening closely enough to notice it. I hope, wherever my own career eventually takes me next, I find at least one more radio channel half as patient and half as quietly watchful as that one turned out to be. There are certainly worse things a career in this line of work could leave a person hoping for, and Grand Teton gave me that hope freely. Every single season I spent working within earshot of its remarkable, unresolved canyons. I remain grateful for every one of those seasons, echo included. The bridge that counts its crossings. I worked 6 seasons as a trails ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park, mostly assigned to backcountry infrastructure maintenance across the park's more remote trail systems, coordinating repair work on an extensive network of footbridges that cross the park's many streams and rivers, structures essential to safe hiking access throughout a landscape that floods regularly and unpredictably during heavy rain. Most of my work involved routine inspection and maintenance scheduling, tracking which bridges needed repair, which had structural concerns following winter storms, and generally keeping the park's trail infrastructure database accurate and current for planning purposes. The park maintains a modern digital maintenance tracking system for its backcountry infrastructure, cataloging every bridge, shelter, and major trail feature with a detailed maintenance history, including, for the park's larger suspension bridges, an automated counter system that estimates crossing volume based on sensor data, useful for prioritizing maintenance resources toward the most heavily used structures and identifying when a bridge's actual usage has exceeded the load parameters its original engineering assessment anticipated. I want to describe a specific suspension bridge positioned along a remote stretch of trail in one of the park's quieter backcountry sections, because every trails ranger who has managed that maintenance database long enough eventually notices something about that specific structure's crossing counter that has never been satisfactorily explained despite the system's own reasonably reliable technical design. Every other bridge in the park's infrastructure database, without exception, shows crossing counts that track predictably with actual trail traffic, rising during peak hiking season, dropping during winter months, correlating closely with permit data and visitor surveys the park collects through other independent monitoring methods. The bridge at the center of this story, which I'll refer to here simply as the Laurel Fork Crossing given the general area it serves, does not behave this way. According to years of maintenance records, that specific bridge's crossing counter periodically registers activity during periods when the trail itself has been officially closed, sometimes for extended maintenance work, sometimes due to seasonal closures related to bear activity or flood damage, periods when no legitimate hiker should have any way of physically reaching that structure at all. I first learned about this pattern during my second season from a trail supervisor named Nathaniel Pruitt, who had managed backcountry infrastructure in that district for close to 14 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine maintenance briefing, in the same practical tone he used for describing any other equipment quirk, that the Laurel Fork Bridges counter occasionally registered crossings during closure periods, that this had been observed consistently enough over the years that maintenance staff simply noted it without treating it as an urgent technical issue, since the counter's broader data remained reliable enough for its actual practical purpose the rest of the time. I asked him the obvious question, whether this simply reflected wildlife activity triggering the sensor, since the counter mechanism relies on weight and motion detection that could plausibly register large animals crossing the bridge deck during closure periods when human traffic should be absent. He told me that theory had been tested directly when maintenance staff installed a temporary trail camera specifically aimed at the bridge deck during one such closure period, hoping to confirm wildlife activity as the source of the anomalous readings. The camera recorded normally throughout that entire closure period and showed, according to Nathaniel, absolutely no wildlife activity on the bridge deck itself during any of the specific windows when the counter registered crossings, despite the counter data showing activity consistent with an adult human's weight and walking pace during those exact same timestamps. A discrepancy that ruled out the simplest explanation and left the pattern genuinely unresolved. I experienced this directly myself during my fourth season, reviewing maintenance data for that district following an extended trail closure due to flood damage earlier that spring, a closure that had kept hikers away from that section for nearly 6 weeks, while repair crews addressed washed-out sections of trail elsewhere along the route. Checking the Laurel Fork Bridges counter data as part of routine post-closure review, I found 3 separate registered crossings during that 6-week closure window, each time-stamped during daylight hours, each showing a data pattern entirely consistent with a single adult pedestrian crossing at a normal walking pace, despite the trail itself being physically inaccessible during that entire period due to washed-out sections well before reaching the bridge. I brought this to Nathaniel, and he confirmed my findings matched the general pattern he had already described to me. He told me something that had never made it into any official maintenance report because it seemed too speculative to formally document. That in researching the bridge's own history years earlier, he had found records indicating the original wooden footbridge at that crossing, predating the current suspension structure by several decades, had been the site of a drowning incident during a sudden flash flood. A hiker swept from the older bridge during a storm that overwhelmed the crossing faster than he could reach safety, an incident that occurred before the park's modern trail infrastructure database existed in any digital form. I want to describe one additional detail Nathaniel shared with me, one that pushed the connection well past simple coincidence in his own private thinking about the pattern. He told me that in the years since first uncovering the drowning incident, he had begun cross-referencing every anomalous crossing against the weather conditions recorded at the nearest ranger station for that exact timestamp, and had found, gradually and with a consistency that genuinely surprised him, that the overwhelming majority of anomalous crossings occurred during or immediately following periods of heavy rain, a correlation strong enough that he had eventually stopped considering it coincidental at all. I want to share one account from a colleague named Rosalind Fairweather, who worked trail maintenance alongside me during my final 2 seasons, who took Nathaniel's informal weather correlation and turned it into something considerably more rigorous, building a spreadsheet cross-referencing years of anomalous timestamps against detailed regional weather data pulled from a National Weather Service's own archived record for that section of the park. Her analysis confirmed what Nathaniel had already suspected, that anomalous crossings clustered overwhelmingly around storm conditions closely matching the intensity and rainfall pattern of the original historical flood, a correlation strong enough that she felt confident presenting it formally to district administration as a genuine, statistically supported pattern rather than simple anecdotal impression. I asked Nathaniel, near the end of my own time working that district, whether he had ever developed a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from whatever official explanation existed or didn't exist in the park's own maintenance records. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in 14 years overseeing that bridge himself, he had never landed on any explanation that fully accounted for both the counter's consistent, specific behavior and its correlation with weather conditions matching the historical incident so closely, a combination of details that pushed the phenomenon, in his own private thinking, well beyond simple sensor malfunction into something he was considerably less comfortable trying to name. I want to describe one more piece of this story, something Nathaniel told me only near the very end of my own tenure. Once our working relationship had developed enough trust that he felt comfortable sharing a detail he had kept mostly to himself for years. He told me that early in his own career, decades before he became district supervisor, he had personally responded to a report from a hiking party who claimed to have encountered someone on the Laurel Fork Bridge during what should have been an empty, quiet weekday crossing, a solitary figure who nodded politely as they passed, but said nothing, dressed, according to the hiking party's own description, in clothing that struck them at the time as slightly old-fashioned for the setting, though. None of them thought much of it until they mentioned the encounter to a ranger back at the trailhead and learned, to their evident surprise, that no other permitted party had been recorded on that section of trail that entire day. Nathaniel told me he had logged that report factually at the time, the way any ranger would document an unusual visitor encounter, and had mostly forgotten about it until years later, once his own research into the bridge's history had uncovered the original drowning incident and its connection to the current suspension structure's odd counter behavior. He said the timing of that realization, connecting a strange but seemingly minor visitor report from early in his career to a much larger, unresolved pattern he would spend years quietly investigating, had stayed with him in a way few other incident from his long career ever had. I want to share one final detail from my own time working alongside Rosalind, something she mentioned to me only after she had already accepted a transfer to a different park and our conversations had shifted into the more reflective, unguarded territory that often characterizes a colleague's final weeks before departure. She told me that in her own quiet way, she had developed a small personal habit during her final season at Laurel Fork, pausing briefly at the bridge's near approach each time her own patrol route brought her to that crossing. A short, silent moment she offered without any particular ritual or words, simply a small acknowledgement of whatever unresolved presence the bridge seemed to carry. A habit she continued consistently enough that I noticed it myself on the handful of occasions when our patrol schedules overlapped at that specific location. I asked her why she had started that particular habit, given her own generally practical, unsentimental approach to most other aspects of trail maintenance work. She told me she genuinely wasn't sure, only that something about standing at that specific crossing, especially after her own weather correlation research had confirmed just how consistently the pattern tracked with storm conditions matching the original historical tragedy, made the small pause feel appropriate in a way she found difficult to fully articulate or justify through any of her own usual practical reasoning. I no longer work at that park, but I think about that bridge sometimes, particularly during heavy rain, anywhere else when I find myself instinctively thinking about water crossings the way trail maintenance work trained me to do almost automatically. Great Smoky Mountains holds a genuinely vast, complicated history of human presence and loss across its hollows and waterways, and I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape holding that much accumulated history might occasionally produce its own quiet echo at the specific place where one particular loss occurred, a bridge that continues faithfully to log a crossing that no living hiker ever actually made. I have carried that small habit forward myself in my own quiet way at other bridges and other water crossings across every park I have worked since leaving that particular stretch of Tennessee and North Carolina backcountry behind. Great Smoky Mountains taught me, more than any other park I have worked, that a landscape's history does not always stay neatly confined to the archived records and historical markers most visitors encounter, but sometimes continues quietly asserting itself through the ordinary, practical infrastructure rangers maintain every single season, a suspension bridge's own maintenance data becoming, in its own strange way, a kind of living memorial to a loss that predates the structure itself by decades. I doubt Nathaniel or Rosalind would describe their own relationship to that bridge in quite such elaborate terms, both of them being considerably more practical and understated in temperament than I have perhaps made them sound across this telling. But I know, from years of working alongside both of them, that neither ever fully stopped paying that crossing the same quiet, careful attention the rest of us eventually learned to offer it to, year after year, storm after storm, without ever needing a tidy explanation to justify the respect. Every trails ranger who has ever managed that particular crossing eventually develops their own private relationship with it. The way people in this line of work always seem to with the one piece of infrastructure that never fully resolves itself, no matter how many careful technical reviews get thrown at it over the years. I doubt I am the last ranger who will ever check that counter a little more closely during a heavy storm, and I suspect whoever eventually inherits responsibility for that crossing long after Nathaniel, Rosalind, and I have all moved on to other postings, the bridge will still be quietly logging its own faithful, unexplained crossing for them too, on the same weather-driven schedule it has apparently maintained for as long as anyone currently on staff has been paying attention. 6 seasons managing that trail system taught me more about the strange, persistent memory some landscapes seem to hold onto than almost anywhere else I've worked since. And I carry that lesson with me still. Every time heavy rain moves through any watershed, I happen to be responsible for protecting. Some pieces of infrastructure simply end up carrying more history than their engineers ever designed them to hold. And Laurel Fork's own bridge has carried its share more faithfully than almost any other structure I encountered across my entire career maintaining backcountry trail systems. I still find myself, whenever heavy rain moves through any watershed I happen to be responsible for these days, thinking briefly of that particular crossing, wondering whether the counter has quietly done its own small, faithful work again, the same way it apparently has every time conditions align closely enough with that original storm decades ago. I hope it always does, quietly, faithfully, whatever the actual explanation eventually turns out to be, if anyone ever manages to find one that fully satisfies every detail of the pattern. That, more than any technical theory I ever tried to construct about sensors or wildlife triggers, feels like the truest thing I can say about the entire 6 years I spent maintaining that remarkable, quietly persistent piece of trail infrastructure. Nathaniel still supervises that district today, as far as I know, still checking that particular bridge's data a little more closely during every heavy storm. And I like knowing that quiet, careful attention has continued long after my own departure from that trail system. Some mysteries deserve exactly that kind of ongoing, careful attention, whether or not anyone ever manages to fully resolve them. That particular crossing has certainly earned mine, echo and all, and I suspect it always will, for as long as anyone remains willing to keep listening closely enough to notice it. I hope, wherever my own career eventually takes me next, I find at least one more piece of trail infrastructure half as patient and half as quietly watchful as that bridge turned out to be. There are certainly worse things a career in this line of work could leave a person hoping for, and Great Smoky Mountains gave me that hope freely every single season I spent working within earshot of that remarkable, unresolved crossing. I remain grateful for every one of those seasons, storm counter included. That gratitude, more than any technical theory I ever tried to construct about sensors, weight thresholds, or wildlife triggers, feels like the truest thing I can say about the entire 6 years I spent maintaining trail infrastructure across that dramatic, water-carved landscape. Some places simply hold on to the losses that have occurred within them, faithfully, patiently, for far longer than any of us who briefly passed through as rangers ever fully managed to understand. And I suspect Laurel Fork will keep doing exactly that, quietly and reliably, for every trails ranger who checks its data long after all of us who once carried that duty ourselves have moved on to other bridges, other watersheds, and other quiet, unresolved mysteries we never quite managed to fully explain either. I still find myself on quiet trail patrol anywhere else in the country, watching distant water a beat longer than I probably need to whenever a storm moves through, half expecting, in some small irrational corner of my mind, to think of that particular bridge and wonder whether its counter is registering something once again. Most of the time, of course, there's nothing to wonder about at all. Only the ordinary rhythm of an unrelated storm passing through an unrelated watershed hundreds of miles from that specific crossing. But every so often, on the right kind of heavy, sustained rain, I find that old attentiveness returning, a small private habit left over from 6 seasons spent working alongside a pattern that Great Smoky Mountains' own dedicated trail staff have never fully managed to explain, despite genuine, sustained efforts spanning multiple careful technical and historical investigations across more than a decade. Rosalind still works trail maintenance somewhere else in the park system today, as far as I know, and I like to think she still pauses quietly at whatever bridges and crossings define her current district, carrying that same small, respectful habit forward the same way I've carried it forward myself, into every watershed either of us has been responsible for protecting since our paths first diverged from that particular stretch of Tennessee backcountry. That, more than anything else this job ever taught me, is the part of the story I hope stays with whoever hears it next. 6 seasons on that trail system gave me more than a job. It gave me a small, quiet lesson about paying attention to the places that ask for it, whether or not they ever explain themselves fully in return. I have tried to carry that lesson well. Laurel Fork made sure of that. It always does. Every single storm. The frozen waterfall that never melts. I worked 7 seasons as a backcountry ranger at Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado, mostly assigned to high-elevation trail patrol above 11,000 feet, terrain that swings dramatically between brutal winter conditions and genuinely pleasant alpine summer weather within the same calendar year, sometimes within the same week, depending on how quickly a storm moves through. Most of my work involved monitoring trail conditions, coordinating search and rescue support for climbers attempting the park's more technical peaks, and general resource protection across a landscape defined by extreme seasonal contrast. I want to describe a specific waterfall positioned along a remote drainage in one of the park's quieter backcountry sections, because every ranger who has patrolled that particular basin long enough eventually notices something about that formation that has never been satisfactorily explained despite genuine scientific curiosity about understanding it. Every other waterfall and ice formation in that same general elevation band, without exception, follows a predictable seasonal cycle, freezing solid through the coldest winter months and thawing reliably each summer as temperatures rise, exactly the way any alpine hydrology should behave in that specific climate. The formation at the center of this story, which I'll refer to here simply as the Marrow Falls given the general drainage it sits within, does not behave this way. According to years of informal tracking by backcountry rangers, that specific waterfall remains visibly frozen solid throughout the entire calendar year, including the height of summer, when every surrounding water feature in that same drainage has long since returned to normal flowing conditions and daytime temperatures at that elevation regularly reach well above the freezing point for sustained periods. I first learned about this pattern during my second season from a district supervisor named Emery's Boddington, who had patrolled that basin for close to 16 years by the time I met him. He mentioned it during a routine summer briefing, in the same practical tone he used for describing any other trail hazard, that Marrow Falls remained frozen year-round regardless of ambient temperature, that this had been documented consistently across decades of patrol logs, and that park geologists had investigated the formation multiple times without ever identifying a conclusive explanation for why it failed to follow the same seasonal thaw cycle as every comparable waterfall in that same elevation range. I asked him the obvious question, whether this simply reflected some unusual microclimate specific to that particular drainage, perhaps a persistent shadow pattern or unusual airflow that kept the immediate area colder than the surrounding terrain year-round. He told me that theory had been tested directly when a geological survey team installed temperature monitoring equipment at the site specifically to measure ambient conditions immediately surrounding the formation, hoping to confirm or rule out a genuine localized cold pocket as the explanation. The results, according to Emery's, showed ambient air temperature at the site tracking entirely normally with the rest of that elevation band throughout the summer months, regularly exceeding the freezing point for sustained daily periods, while the ice itself remained measurably solid and unchanged despite direct exposure to those same above-freezing conditions. A discrepancy that ruled out simple microclimate as a satisfying explanation and left the Geological Survey team's own final report, acknowledging the phenomenon as genuinely unresolved. I experienced this directly myself during my 4th season, patrolling that basin on a clear, warm July afternoon with temperatures well above 60 degrees at that elevation, conditions that had every other seasonal ice feature in the surrounding terrain fully melted and flowing normally. Marrow Falls, when I reached it, remained exactly as frozen and solid as any photograph from the depths of winter, ice formations along its face showing no visible softening, no dripping, No evidence whatsoever of the active melting every physical law of thermodynamics should have produced under those specific conditions. I want to describe the specific unease this produced in me, because it went beyond simple professional curiosity about an unusual geological feature. I touched the ice directly, confirming with my own hands that it remained genuinely solid rather than simply appearing frozen from a distance, and found it cold enough to sting slightly against bare skin, entirely consistent with genuine ice at a temperature well below freezing, despite standing in direct summer sunlight and air I could feel on my own face and arms was considerably warmer than that. I brought this experience to Emery's, and he confirmed my findings matched, in specific detail, decades of similar observations from other rangers, and told me something that had never made it into any official geological report because it seemed too speculative to formally document, involving the drainage's own historical background. He told me that in researching the area's history years earlier, he had found records indicating a significant avalanche had occurred in that exact basin decades before the park's modern monitoring systems existed, an incident that had claimed the life of a backcountry skier whose body was not recovered until the following spring, found, according to the historical account he consulted, near the base of what would later become known informally among staff as Marrow Falls. I want to share one account from a geologist named Perpetua Iverson, who conducted a dedicated study of the formation, hoping to identify any subsurface feature that might explain its unusual thermal stability. Her survey, using ground-penetrating radar and careful ice core sampling, found no evidence of any unusual insulating layer, subsurface cold source, or geological anomaly that would account for the ice remaining solid through direct summer exposure, concluding, with what Emery's described as visible professional reluctance, that the formation simply did not match any thermal behavior she was familiar with from her own extensive field experience studying comparable alpine ice features elsewhere in the region. I asked Emery's, near the end of my own time working that district, whether he had ever developed a theory that satisfied him personally, separate from whatever inconclusive scientific explanation existed in the park's own geological files. He told me he genuinely hadn't, that in 16 years watching that formation himself, he had never landed on any explanation that fully accounted for both the ice's measurable, genuine solidity and its complete resistance to the same summer heat that reliably melted every other comparable feature in that same drainage. I want to describe one more piece of this story, something Emery's told me only near the very end of my own tenure. Once our working relationship had developed enough trust that he felt comfortable sharing a detail he had kept mostly to himself for years. He told me that during a solo patrol early in his own career, standing at the base of the falls on a warm afternoon much like my own encounter, he had experienced a brief, distinct impression of the surrounding air growing suddenly and specifically colder, localized tightly around the ice itself, rather than affecting the broader basin. An impression that lasted only a few seconds before the ordinary summer warmth reasserted itself, an experience he had never fully explained but had also never quite managed to forget. I want to share one final detail from Perpetua, something she mentioned to me only after her formal geological study had concluded without producing a definitive answer. She told me that during her most extended period of field work at the site, she had found herself developing an unusual reluctance to spend more time near the formation than her research strictly required, a persistent, difficult to articulate discomfort that she readily admitted made no sense given her own scientific training and her genuine confidence that some entirely mundane explanation almost certainly accounted for the phenomenon, regardless of how thoroughly her own careful investigation had failed to identify it. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Marrow Falls sometimes, particularly during summer heat anywhere else when I find myself appreciating in a much more ordinary way whatever seasonal thaw happens to be unfolding around me. Rocky Mountain National Park protects terrain shaped almost entirely by the dramatic, ongoing interplay between ice and rock, glaciers and snowfields that have carved this landscape over countless thousands of years, and I have come to believe, without any way of proving it, that a landscape defined so thoroughly by that ancient, patient relationship between water and cold might occasionally hold onto one particular formation the same stubborn way, defying the ordinary rules of seasonal thaw. For reasons no geological survey, temperature sensor, or careful field study has ever managed to fully explain. Every ranger who has ever patrolled that basin long enough eventually develops their own private relationship with that waterfall. The way people in this line of work always seem to, with the one feature of their district that never fully resolves itself, no matter how many careful investigations get thrown at it over the years. I doubt I'm the last ranger who will ever touch that ice on a warm July afternoon and feel the same specific chill of genuine cold against bare skin, and I suspect whoever eventually inherits responsibility for that basin long after Emery's Perpetua, and I have all moved on to other postings, the falls will still be waiting for them too, exactly as frozen and unchanged as they have apparently remained for as long as anyone currently on staff has been paying attention. 7 seasons patrolling that high country taught me more about genuine, unresolved mystery than almost anywhere else I've worked since, and I carry that lesson with me still every time summer heat settles over any mountain range I happen to find myself walking through. Some formations simply refuse to follow the rules the rest of their landscape obeys, and Marrow Falls has refused more faithfully and for longer than almost anything else I encountered across my entire career in that remarkable ice-carved park. I want to add a few more pieces of this pattern that came out over the years, details that circulated quietly among the small group of rangers and researchers who worked that basin long enough to hear the fuller history, rather than just the basic operational note every new hire received about an unusual, permanently frozen waterfall. One of those details came from Emery's himself, shared with me during a longer conversation near the end of my own time working that district, once enough years had passed that he seemed comfortable discussing an aspect of his own research he had never fully shared before. He told me he had eventually managed to identify the name of the skier lost in that historical avalanche, a young man in his 20s who had been backcountry skiing alone against advised conditions during an unusually unstable snowpack period, and that the family had, according to a brief newspaper account Emery's, eventually located, held out hope for his safe return for the better part of that entire winter before the search was finally suspended until conditions improved enough the following spring to recover his remains. I asked Emery's whether he had ever considered the possibility that the fall's unusual behavior might connect specifically to the exact location where the young man's body was eventually found, rather than simply the broader basin as a whole. He told me he had looked into that detail carefully and confirmed, through cross-referencing the original search and rescue file against the fall's modern coordinates, that the recovery location sat close enough to the base of the current ice formation that he considered the connection difficult to dismiss as pure coincidence, though he remained careful, as he always was throughout our conversations about the pattern, to frame the connection as suggestive rather than confirmed. I want to mention one more account from Perpetua involving a detail she shared with me only during a later conversation, after enough time had passed that her own initial scientific reluctance to speculate beyond her data had settled into a more considered, if still cautious, willingness to discuss the human dimension of the mystery alongside the purely geological one. She told me that during her research, she had specifically requested access to the original avalanche search file Emery's had described, hoping the physical location data recorded during that historical recovery might offer some additional clue her own modern survey equipment had missed. She told me the file confirmed what Emery's had already suspected, placing the young man's recovery location within a tight radius of the current waterfall's base, close enough that she found herself, against her own better scientific judgment, unable to fully separate the historical tragedy from her own careful, data-driven investigation of the ice itself. She described feeling, during her final visit to collect equipment at the end of her formal study, an unexpected wave of genuine sadness standing at that specific spot, a reaction she attributed partly to simple human empathy for a decades-old loss, and partly, she admitted somewhat reluctantly, to something about the site itself that she found difficult to fully rationalize away, even with her own considerable scientific training. I asked Emery's whether other rangers over the years had reported similarly unexplained emotional reactions to standing near the formation, beyond his own brief experience of sudden localized cold early in his career. He told me it had come up occasionally, though inconsistently enough that he had never treated it as a confirmed, universal feature of the site, but frequently enough that he no longer dismissed it outright whenever a colleague mentioned something similar after their own patrol through that basin. I no longer work at that park, but I think about Merrow Falls sometimes, particularly the detail about the young skier's family holding on a hope through an entire winter before search efforts finally had to be suspended until spring. Rocky Mountain National Park protects terrain shaped almost entirely by the dramatic, ongoing interplay between ice and rock, and I've come away from my own 7 seasons working its high country with a genuine, hard-earned respect for how much unresolved human history that landscape continues to hold, quietly, patiently, in places most visitors will never think to look closely enough to notice. Every ranger and researcher who has ever spent real time at that formation eventually develops their own private relationship with it. Whether they experience anything unusual themselves or simply learn, the way most of us eventually did, to treat that particular basin with a little more quiet respect than an ordinary alpine feature usually receives. I doubt I am the last ranger who will ever feel that particular, involuntary chill standing near that ice on a warm summer afternoon, and I suspect whoever eventually inherits responsibility for that basin long after Emery's Perpetua, and I have all moved on to other work entirely, the falls will still be exactly as frozen for them too, faithfully unchanged, regardless of whatever the calendar or the thermometer happens to say. 7 seasons in that high country gave me more than a career. It gave me a lasting respect for a landscape that continues to hold onto its own history more visibly and more stubbornly than almost anywhere else I have ever worked. I have tried to carry that respect well. Merrow Falls made sure of that. It always does. Every single summer, I still find myself, on warm days anywhere else in the mountains, reaching out instinctively to touch ice or snow that has no business remaining solid so late in the season, half expecting, in some small irrational corner of my mind, to feel that same specific sting of genuine cold against my palm. Most of the time, of course, there is nothing unusual to feel at all, only the ordinary, expected softness of late season snow well on its way to melting the way it always should. But every so often, on the right kind of warm, high-elevation afternoon, I find that old attentiveness returning, a small private habit left over from 7 seasons spent working alongside a formation that Rocky Mountain National Park's own dedicated staff have never fully managed to explain. Emery's still supervises that district today, as far as I know, still checking that particular waterfall a little more closely every July. And I like knowing that quiet, careful attention has continued long after my own departure from that basin. Merrow Falls has certainly earned mine, ice and all, and I suspect it always will, for as long as anyone remains willing to keep noticing. Some mysteries deserve exactly that kind of ongoing respect, whether or not anyone ever manages to fully resolve them. That, more than any theory I ever try to construct, feels like the truest thing I can say about the whole 7 years I spent watching over that mountain. The name on Iron Cap Summit. Ranger Christopher Landry had worked the Iron Cap district in the Wyoming high country for 6 years before he learned that the metal register box bolted to the summit cairn sometimes signed a climber in before they ever reached the top themselves. It started with a missing climber call that came in on a clear, cold September morning. Exactly the kind of stable weather window that drew serious mountaineers to attempt Iron Cap's technically demanding final pitch before the season's first real snowfall closed the route entirely. A man named Eric Sandoval, 33 years old, an experienced alpinist attempting a solo summit push after his climbing partner had turned back the previous day due to altitude sickness, had failed to check in by radio from the summit at his planned time of 10 that morning, and had missed his subsequent, more urgent check in an hour later as well. Christopher pulled the climbing permit before heading up. Solo summit attempt following a partner's descent. Extensive high-altitude experience listed. Weather window confirmed stable through the following afternoon. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a solo climber running behind schedule on a technically demanding final approach. He started up the final approach route a little after 11 that morning. The thin, cold air at this elevation making even his own conditioned lungs work harder than usual with every step. Iron Cap Summit sat just over 13,000 feet, its final pitch requiring genuine technical climbing rather than simple hiking, a challenge that had made the peak a respected objective among serious mountaineers for generations. The summit register itself, a simple metal box bolted securely to the rock cairn marking the true summit, had been maintained by the district for decades. A small spiral notebook inside where successful climbers recorded their names and the date of their ascent. Locals called this particular register the early book on account of an old story about how, on certain climbs, a solo climber reaching the summit found their own name already written inside, in their own unmistakable handwriting, dated to a climb they had not yet actually completed. Christopher found Eric's ice axe planted upright in the snow near the base of the final technical pitch almost immediately, positioned with careful, deliberate precision rather than simply dropped in a moment of struggle. He called out Eric's name, and the sound moved strangely across the thin mountain air, carrying an unusually long distance given the altitude's typically muffling effect on sound, returning an echo off the surrounding rock faces that arrived distorted and layered, as though it had bounced off surfaces considerably closer than the actual terrain allowed. He continued up the technical pitch himself, moving carefully but efficiently through terrain he had climbed many times before during routine patrols, and reached the summit a little after noon. The register box sat exactly where it always had, bolted securely to the summit cairn. Christopher opened it out of habit, intending to check for any recent entry from Eric that might indicate he had reached the top before whatever had happened to him occurred. Eric's name was already written inside, in careful, confident handwriting, dated to that same morning, time-stamped at 9:45, 15 minutes before his first missed radio check and was actually scheduled to occur. Christopher stared at the entry for a long moment, his own breath fogging heavily in the thin, freezing air. He knew for a fact, from the radio logs and Eric's own confirmed position reported by his descending partner the previous evening, that Eric could not possibly have reached this summit before 10 that morning at the absolute earliest, given the technical difficulty of the final pitch and his solo climbing pace. His radio crackled with static as he continued examining the register, the signal notably weaker than it should have been this close to the summit, where reception was normally at its most reliable throughout the entire district. He tried reporting his position anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back to dispatch. Local folklore around this particular summit had always included scattered references to the register box itself. Stories Christopher had heard in fragments over his years working this district, tales about how it occasionally recorded a climber's name and summit time before that climber had actually reached the top, as though the mountain itself had somehow already witnessed the ascent taking place, and that the climber, upon eventually arriving for real, was simply catching up to something that had, in some sense, already happened to them. He had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore, charming color passed down through generations of mountain guides who simply enjoyed a good scare while briefing clients before a demanding technical ascent. Standing here now, holding proof of an impossible early entry in Eric's own unmistakable handwriting, that dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. He began his descent back down the technical pitch, calling Eric's name at steady intervals, and it was perhaps 20 minutes later, near a narrow ledge partway down the route, where climbers commonly paused to rest before the final push, that he heard Eric's voice calling out from somewhere below him on the mountain. "Christopher, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented sounding. "I do not know how I got turned around. I think I have been climbing for a lot longer than I meant to." Christopher hesitated, remembering the impossible summit entry only minutes earlier. He called back carefully, keeping his own voice level. "This is Ranger Landry. Tell me what time your partner actually turned back yesterday." There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely lost and frightened climber stranded somewhere on a technically demanding mountain face. "I do not remember that right now. I am cold and confused. Please just come find me instead of asking questions." Christopher felt the thin mountain air around him grow suddenly and unnaturally still, the constant, biting wind that normally scoured this exposed ridge falling silent all at once. And along the rock face beside him, he noticed something that made his stomach drop. Faint markings scratched into the stone, initials and a date matching, unmistakably, the impossible summit entry he had just found. The carving weathered in a way that suggested years of exposure, despite the date scratched into it. Being barely hours old, he backed away from the sound carefully, refusing to descend toward it directly, and the stillness around him deepened further still, patient and unhurried, as though confident he could not remain suspended on this exposed ridge forever without eventually giving in. Christopher continued his careful descent along the established route rather than deviating toward the sound, and it was nearly 30 minutes later, reaching a wider section of terrain below the technical pitch with a route briefly leveled out, that he finally found Eric. He stood pressed close against a rock outcropping, one gloved hand resting flat against the stone exactly where similar faint carvings clustered thickest, motionless, staring at his own fingers with an expression that made Christopher's chest tighten with dread the moment he got close enough to see it clearly. Eric did not turn at the sound of his own name being called. He simply stood there, swaying gently despite the technical terrain demanding careful balance. And Christopher noticed with rising horror that the rock beneath Eric's palm had begun to darken slightly, a faint discoloration spreading outward from his fingertips in a pattern that looked unmistakably like it was beginning to carve something new into the stone. "Eric," Christopher called out firmly, moving carefully across the exposed terrain toward him, keeping his voice as warm and steady as he could manage despite his racing pulse and the genuine danger of their current position. "It is Ranger Landry. Your partner radioed in when you missed your check-in. Let's get you off this face." The man turned toward the sound slowly, and for one long, unsettling moment his eyes held the same flat, patient quality Christopher had sensed in the impossible summit entry only minutes earlier, nothing like genuine human fear or confusion. Then something shifted behind his expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and he blinked rapidly, pulling his hand back from the rock as though only just now noticing where it had been resting, swaying dangerously on his feet as though waking from a deep and disorienting sleep. "I do not understand," Eric said, his voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely his own, gripping the rock face properly now with both hands as genuine climbing instinct reasserted itself. "I remember starting the final pitch, checking my protection placement. Then there's this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name, and me realizing my hand has been pressed against this rock for I do not know how long, in a spot with no actual holds to speak of." Christopher moved quickly to help him secure a proper anchor point, clipping him into a solid protection placement before allowing either of them to relax even slightly given their exposed position. Once he confirmed Eric was genuinely secure, Christopher began guiding him carefully down the remaining terrain toward easier ground. "We are heading down together," Christopher told him firmly. "Keep your eyes on the route and on your own hands. Do not trust any hold that does not have solid rock actually beneath it." Eric nodded shakily, his breathing coming in quick, uneven gasps as Christopher guided him through the careful process of descending the technical terrain, refusing to let either of their attention drift toward the surrounding rock face for longer than the climbing itself strictly required. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Eric said once they finally reached easier, walkable terrain below the technical pitch. "I remember the summit felt so close. I could practically see the cairn from where I was climbing. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice telling me to look at the route instead of wherever I was looking before." Christopher did not press him further, focused instead on getting them both safely down to base camp before the weather window stability became any less certain. It was only once Eric had been safely delivered to his waiting partner and Christopher had radioed in confirmation of the recovery that he allowed himself to fully process what he had found in that register box. Christopher filed his official report listing Eric Sandoval as safely recovered after becoming disoriented during a technically demanding solo ascent, citing altitude effects and the challenging nature of the final pitch as contributing factors in his confusion. He made no mention of a voice that had worn Eric's tone like an ill-fitting costume, of an impossible register entry timestamp before Eric's actual, confirmed summit time, or of rock that had darkened in a deliberate, spreading pattern beneath a motionless hand suspended on genuinely dangerous terrain. His supervisor approved the recommendation to have the summit register replaced with a digital logging system requiring GPS confirmation before any entry could be recorded. Without much discussion, the same practice in Curiosity Christopher had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. He drove into town to speak with a retired mountain guide named Walter Higgins a few days later, a man who had led guided ascents of Iron Cap for over 25 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Walter listened to Christopher's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Christopher finished, Walter was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old guides used for it. Back when I first started leading climbs up that peak," he said. "They called it the Early Book, the same name folks still use for that register, on account of how it never seemed satisfied waiting for a climber to actually earn their summit before recording it. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants to record a climb a little ahead of schedule, and it will carve whatever name keeps a climber's hand pressed against that rock a little longer, finishing whatever entry it started early." Christopher thought about the faint, discoloring pattern he had watched spread beneath Eric's motionless hand, patient and wrong and utterly convincing given their genuinely dangerous, exposed position. What happens to the people whose entry it finally finishes writing? He asked. Walter's expression grew grim. Nobody rightly knows for certain, he said. That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be. Christopher did not solo climb Ironcap's technical pitch off-duty again after that conversation, though his work still occasionally required him to inspect the route during routine safety patrols. He found himself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always checking the summit register against confirmed radio timestamps before trusting any entry fully and reporting any discrepancy directly to his supervisor rather than simply noting it privately. He started keeping a private notebook too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers, reports of similar early entries appearing in summit registers at other technical peaks throughout the district, guides who described feeling reluctant to touch certain pages for reasons they could not quite articulate, climbers who swore a rock face along their route had darkened briefly in a pattern too deliberate to be anything but writing. Eric sent Christopher a brief note weeks later, thanking him formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that he still felt uneasy signing any kind of summit register now, that something about writing his own name down at altitude felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way he could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. Christopher read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where he kept his private records, understanding completely, without needing Eric to explain further, exactly what he meant. The digital logging system went into effect at Ironcap's summit within the following season, and the old metal register box was retired to the district storage facility rather than being displayed publicly anywhere. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the seasons that followed. But Christopher still hears, occasionally, from other rangers about strange early entries reported during routine reviews of other summit registers throughout the district, always described the same unsettling way, a name and timestamp that predates any climber's actual, confirmed arrival, patient and watchful, waiting for someone to notice their own name already written there and decide, against every reasonable instinct, to keep climbing anyway. If that early entry gave you a chill at altitude, lock it in with a like before you head back down. Tell me in the comments whether you would have kept climbing after seeing your own name already in that book, and subscribe so the next case file reaches you the moment it drops. The warning at Silverhorn Pass. Ranger Mark Delgado had worked the Silverhorn district in the Colorado backcountry for 6 years before he learned that the automated avalanche warning system installed along the pass occasionally sounded an alert for movement that never actually happened. It started with a missing backcountry skier call that came in on a cold, clear February morning, exactly the kind of stable, powder-filled conditions that drew experienced backcountry skiers to Silverhorn Pass despite its well-documented avalanche terrain. A woman named Rachel Ferris, 30 years old, an experienced backcountry skier touring alone after her usual partner had canceled due to a last-minute work obligation, had failed to check in with her emergency contact by her planned return time of 2 that afternoon. Mark pulled the backcountry permit before heading out. Solo skier, extensive avalanche safety training listed, standard rescue equipment confirmed including beacon, probe, and shovel. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a skier running behind schedule on a longer-than-planned tour. He started up the approach trail on skis a little after 2:30, the automated avalanche warning system's control tower visible on a ridge above him, one of several sensor stations scattered throughout the district's most avalanche-prone terrain, designed to detect actual snow movement and sound a warning siren audible for miles across the open, exposed slopes. Silverhorn Pass had claimed lives before the warning system's installation decades earlier, and the technology had genuinely reduced incidents significantly since. Locals called the pass's most exposed section the False Slide, on account of an old story about how the warning siren occasionally sounded despite the system's own sensors registering absolutely no actual snow movement anywhere in the monitored terrain, and how anyone who fled toward what they believed was safety following that false alarm often found themselves, instead, drawn directly into genuinely unstable terrain the system's own sensors had never actually flagged as dangerous at all. As Mark skinned up the approach, the warning siren suddenly sounded, a long, rising wail that echoed across the open slopes with startling clarity. He stopped immediately, scanning the surrounding terrain for any visible sign of moving snow, and found nothing, the slopes around him sitting exactly as still and undisturbed as they had moments earlier. He radioed dispatch immediately, and the response confirmed what he had already begun to suspect. The automated system's own sensors showed no detected movement anywhere in the monitored zone, and the district's avalanche forecaster had no explanation for why the siren had activated at all. Mark felt an uneasy chill settle over him that had nothing to do with the cold mountain air. He continued along the established, low-angle skin track rather than the more exposed terrain the siren's direction seemed to suggest avoiding. And it was as he paused to reorient himself that he noticed the siren's sound shifting subtly, no longer clearly originating from the tower ahead of him, but instead seeming to call from somewhere off to his right, deeper into a section of terrain the district's own hazard maps rated as genuinely, significantly more dangerous than the route he currently followed. His radio crackled with static as he continued, the signal notably weaker than it should have been this close to what was normally one of the district's most reliable repeater locations given the warning tower's own elevated position. He tried reporting his confusion anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back to dispatch. Local folklore around this particular pass had always included scattered references to something that had learned, sometime after the warning system's installation, to sound the siren without cause, using the alarm's urgent, unmistakable wail to draw skiers away from established, lower-risk routes and toward genuinely dangerous, unstable terrain instead. Patient enough to let a frightened skier flee directly into real danger while believing themselves to be escaping a false one. He had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore, charming color passed down through generations of ski patrol volunteers who simply enjoyed a good scare while briefing backcountry travelers before a tour. Standing here now, listening to an alarm that the system's own sensors insisted had no basis in reality shift direction in a way no simple echo off the surrounding terrain should reasonably produce, that dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. He continued along the established, lower-angle route rather than following the siren's apparent new direction, refusing to let the alarm pull him toward genuinely hazardous terrain despite its increasingly urgent, insistent wail. And it was perhaps 20 minutes later, the siren having shifted direction several more times throughout his approach, that he heard Rachel's voice calling out from somewhere across the slope, seemingly from the same direction the siren's call currently suggested. "Mark, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented sounding. "I heard the avalanche siren and thought I needed to get off this slope immediately, but now I do not recognize where I ended up." Mark hesitated, remembering the siren's impossible, shifting direction. He called back carefully, keeping his own voice level. "This is Ranger Delgado. Tell me, what avalanche danger rating the forecast listed for today?" There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely frightened skier who had just fled what she believed was imminent avalanche danger. "I do not remember that right now. I am scared and turn around. Please just come find me instead of asking questions." Mark felt the cold mountain air around him grow suddenly and unnaturally still despite the day's persistent wind, and the siren wailed again, closer now, seemingly originating from almost directly below where he currently stood despite the actual warning tower remaining well behind him at this point. Its physical siren far too distant for any sound to carry with such immediate, startling clarity. He stood perfectly still, refusing to move toward the sound in any direction, and the siren wailed once more, patient and deliberate, as though testing whether he might finally give in and ski toward it despite every bit of his own avalanche safety training screaming against the decision. Mark continued along the established route despite every disorienting wail urging him otherwise, and it was nearly 40 minutes later, the skin track finally curving toward a section of terrain he recognized as bordering the pass's most genuinely hazardous slope, that he found Rachel. She stood at the very edge of the established route, close to where it dropped away into steep, heavily loaded terrain the district's hazard maps specifically flagged as extreme risk, motionless, staring down the slope with an expression that made Mark's chest tighten with dread the moment he got close enough to see it clearly through his goggles. Rachel did not turn at the sound of her own name being called. She simply stood there, swaying gently, and Mark noticed with rising horror that the siren, still occasionally wailing somewhere in the distance, always seemed to grow louder and more insistent whenever Rachel's own attention drifted toward that dangerously loaded slope just beyond the established boundary. "Rachel," Mark called out firmly, sidestepping carefully along the safer terrain toward her, keeping his voice as warm and steady as he could manage despite his racing pulse. "Is Ranger Delgado. Your emergency contact has been trying to reach you. Let's get you away from this edge." The woman turned toward the sound slowly, dangerously close to the loaded slope as she shifted her weight on her skis, and for one long, unsettling moment her eyes held the same flat, patient quality Mark had sensed in the siren's impossible, shifting wail, nothing like genuine human fear or confusion. Then something shifted behind her expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and she blinked rapidly, swaying on her skis as though waking from a deep and disorienting sleep, stumbling back from the edge before catching her balance against her own poles. "I do not understand," Rachel said, her voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely her own, backing carefully away from the dangerous slope on her own now. "I heard the siren and just started skiing. I do not even remember choosing this direction. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I have no idea how long I've been standing at this edge." Mark moved quickly to guide her back toward the established, safer route, gripping her arm firmly and deliberately positioning himself between her and the loaded slope for the remainder of their careful traverse. As they moved, the siren wailed one final time, distant now, and for the first time all afternoon, it sounded exactly like it should, coming clearly and unmistakably from the tower's actual physical location, while behind them and entirely unconnected to their current position. They made their way back down together, moving quickly but carefully across the stable, established route, and Mark made a deliberate point of keeping Rachel's attention fixed firmly on conversation, her emergency contact, the drive home, anything that kept her from listening too closely to any further wailing that might still be sounding somewhere in the distance behind them. Rachel's breathing steadied gradually as they descended, and by the time they reached the parking area at the trailhead, she seemed to be returning fully to herself, her earlier confusion replaced by exhausted, shaky relief. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Rachel said as she called her emergency contact to let them know she was safe. "I remember hearing the siren, feeling that immediate jolt of fear you're trained to feel. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I was standing right at the edge of that loaded slope with no memory of skiing there." Mark did not press her further, focused instead on making sure she was safely settled and warm before letting her drive home for the evening. It was only once her car had pulled safely out of the parking lot that Mark allowed himself to fully process what he had heard on that pass. Mark filed his official report listing Rachel Ferris as safely recovered after becoming disoriented following an unexplained activation of the avalanche warning siren, citing a probable sensor malfunction as the most likely trigger despite the system's own diagnostics showing no fault anywhere in its equipment. He made no mention of a voice that had worn Rachel's tone like an ill-fitting costume, of a siren that had sounded repeatedly for danger the sensors insisted did not exist, or of how its wailing had grown louder and more insistent, specifically whenever Rachel's attention drifted toward that genuinely, extremely hazardous slope. His supervisor approved the recommendation to install additional physical barriers marking the boundary of the pass's most hazardous terrain without much discussion, the same practice in Curiosity Mark had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. He drove into town to speak with a retired ski patrol volunteer named Dennis Whitfield a few days later, a man who had monitored Silverhorn Pass's avalanche conditions for over 20 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Dennis listened to Mark's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Mark finished, Dennis was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old patrollers used for it, back when I first started monitoring that pass," he said. "They called it the Fall Slide, the same name folks still use for that section, on account of how it never seemed satisfied warning skiers about actual, genuine danger. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants somebody frightened enough to run blindly, and it will wail from whatever direction leads that person closest to real, waiting danger instead." Mark thought about the siren's disorienting, shifting wail, always growing louder and more insistent near that genuinely hazardous slope, patient and wrong and utterly convincing. What happens to the people who finally follow it all the way onto that loaded terrain, he asked. Dennis's expression grew grim. "Nobody rightly knows for certain," he said. "That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be." Mark did not tour that particular section of the pass alone off duty again after that conversation, though his work still occasionally required patrols along that stretch of terrain. He found himself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always cross-checking any siren activation against the actual sensor data before trusting his own instinct to flee in any particular direction, refusing to let panic alone dictate his route on genuinely avalanche-prone terrain. He started keeping a private notebook, too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers and ski patrol volunteers, reports of the warning sirens sounding without cause at other sections of the pass, skiers who described feeling drawn toward dangerous terrain by an alert that seemed to be warning them away from it, patrollers who swore the siren had activated on perfectly stable, low avalanche danger days with absolutely no sensor data supporting any activation at all. Rachel sent Mark a brief note weeks later, thanking him formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that she still felt uneasy hearing sirens or alarms of any kind now, that something about an alert calling her toward apparent safety from an unclear direction felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way she could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. Mark read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where he kept his private records, understanding completely, without needing Rachel to explain further, exactly what she meant. The additional physical barriers went up along the hazardous section's boundary within the month, and the district began requiring backcountry travelers to cross-reference any siren activation against a real-time sensor data feed available through a dedicated mobile app before making any route decisions. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the months that followed. But Mark still hears, occasionally from other rangers and ski patrol volunteers, about the warning siren sounding without cause during routine monitoring at other sections of the pass, always described the same unsettling way, an alert that seems to call skiers towards safety from somewhere it should not physically be able to originate, patient and watchful, waiting for someone frightened enough to flee blindly and decide, against every reasonable instinct, to follow it directly toward genuine, waiting danger. If that false alarm had your pulse racing, do not shake it off just yet. Hit like right now before the feeling fades. Drop a comment telling me whether you would have trusted that siren or checked the data first. And subscribe so the next case file reaches you the second it drops. The climber behind at Vulture Point. Ranger Samantha Cole had worked the Vulture Point district in the northern Colorado Rockies for 5 years before she learned that the popular summit photo spot at the peak's true top did not always show only the people who actually stood there. It started with a missing hiker call that came in on a clear August afternoon, exactly the kind of stable, high-visibility day that drew steady traffic to Vulture Point's accessible but genuinely rewarding summit trail, popular enough that the district maintained a dedicated photo marker at the summit itself for visitors to capture their achievement. A woman named Melissa Grant, 26 years old, hiking alone after her friends had turned back partway up the final approach due to fatigue, had failed to meet them at the trailhead parking lot by the agreed-upon time of 6 that evening. Samantha pulled the trail registration before heading out. Solo hiker for the final stretch, experienced with the district trail system, expected return shortly after sunset. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a hiker losing track of time near a popular, accessible summit. She started up toward the summit a little after 6:30, the popular photo marker visible ahead of her against the darkening sky as she approached the final approach, a simple engraved stone positioned at the exact point offering the district's most photographed panoramic view. Locals called this particular spot the Second Climber, on account of an old story about how photos taken there occasionally showed an additional figure standing behind whoever posed for the shot, always positioned a short distance further back, always slightly out of focus, and how each subsequent photo taken by the same person at that same marker showed the figure standing incrementally closer than the last. Samantha found Melissa's water bottle near the photo marker almost immediately, set down with careful precision on the low stone base, though nothing about its placement suggested any particular urgency or distress. She called out Melissa's name, and the sound moved strangely across the open summit, carrying further than it should have across the still evening air, returning an echo off the surrounding peaks that arrived distorted and layered, as though more than one voice had answered her call. She found Melissa's phone a short distance further along the summit ridge. Its screen cracked, though it still powered on when Samantha checked it. The photo gallery showed a series of summit shots taken throughout the afternoon, Melissa smiling at the popular marker with the panoramic view stretched out behind her. The final several images, though, showed something considerably more unsettling. In each successive photo, a figure had begun appearing in the background, indistinct and slightly blurred at first, positioned near the edge of the frame, well behind where Melissa stood posing. In each subsequent shot, taken only minutes apart according to the timestamps, that same figure appeared noticeably closer, its outline sharpening incrementally with each new image, until the final photograph showed it standing close enough behind Melissa that its shadow, cast by the same afternoon's sun, should have fallen visibly across her own shoulder, though no such shadow appeared anywhere in the frame at all. Samantha felt an uneasy chill settle over her that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. She scanned the summit area carefully, calling Melissa's name at steady intervals, and it was during that search that she found herself, almost without meaning to, raising her own phone toward the popular photo marker, framing a quick shot to document the scene for her eventual report. When she checked the image afterward, a faint, indistinct shape occupied the far edge of the frame, while behind where she herself had been standing, positioned at almost exactly the same distance the figure had first appeared in Melissa's own earliest altered photograph. Her radio crackled with static as she lowered her phone, the signal notably weaker than it should have been this close to the district's usually reliable repeater coverage at such an exposed, elevated position. She tried reporting her position anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back to dispatch. Local folklore around this particular summit marker had always included scattered references to something connected to its exact, specific position. Stories Samantha had heard in fragments over her years working this district, tales about a presence that appeared incrementally in successive photographs taken by the same person at that spot, drawing closer with each new image as though patiently, deliberately closing a distance across time itself rather than physical space, and how anyone who kept photographing themselves there, curious or unnerved enough to document the phenomenon further, eventually took a final photograph showing the figure standing directly behind them, close enough to touch. She had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore, charming color passed down through generations of trail crews who simply enjoyed a good scare while maintaining the popular summit marker each season. Standing here now, having just captured her own photograph showing an indistinct figure occupying almost the exact same starting position described in the oldest versions of the story, that dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. She continued along the summit ridge, deliberately avoiding raising her phone again toward the marker, and it was perhaps 15 minutes later, near a rocky outcropping just below the true summit, where hikers commonly pause to catch their breath during the final approach, that she heard Melissa's voice calling out from somewhere ahead. "Samantha, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented sounding. "I cannot remember how long I have been up here. I think I lost track of time taking photos." Samantha hesitated, remembering the incrementally closer figure in each successive image. She called back carefully, keeping her own voice level. "This is Ranger Cole. Tell me what time your friends turned back on the trail today." There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely disoriented hiker stranded near a popular, well-marked summit as evening settled over the peak. "I do not remember that right now. I am confused and a little scared. Please just come find me instead of asking questions." Samantha felt the air around her grow suddenly and unnaturally still, and looking back toward the popular photo marker behind her, she noticed with mounting dread that the indistinct shape she had glimpsed in her own photograph now seemed to hover faintly at the very edge of her peripheral vision. Gone the instant she turned to look directly at it, though the unsettling sense of a presence standing just behind her remained. She backed away from the marker entirely, refusing to approach it again, and the peripheral sense of presence seemed to track her retreat, remaining always just at the edge of what she could directly perceive no matter which direction she turned. Samantha continued her search along the summit's rockier, less photographed sections, and it was nearly 30 minutes later, circling back toward the popular marker from its opposite approach, that she finally found Melissa. She stood pressed close against the summit marker itself, her own phone raised in front of her, motionless, staring at its screen with an expression that made Samantha's chest tighten with dread the moment she got close enough to see it clearly. Melissa did not turn at the sound of her own name being called. She simply stood there, swaying gently, and Samantha noticed with rising horror that the phone's camera app remained open, displaying a live preview of the view behind Melissa through the front-facing camera. And in that preview, faintly visible but unmistakably present, stood a shape that no longer required a photograph to become clearly, disturbingly close. "Melissa," Samantha called out firmly, stepping carefully across the summit toward her, keeping her voice as warm and steady as she could manage despite her racing pulse. "It is Ranger Cole. Your friends are waiting at the trailhead. Let us get you away from this marker." The woman turned toward the sound slowly, and for one long, unsettling moment her eyes held the same flat, patient quality Samantha had sensed in the peripheral presence only minutes earlier, nothing like genuine human fear or confusion. Then something shifted behind her expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and she blinked rapidly, the phone slipping slightly in her grip, swaying on her feet as though waking from a deep and disorienting sleep. "I do not understand," Melissa said, her voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely her own. "I was just taking a few more photos, trying to get the lighting right. Then there is this gap. And the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I have no idea how long I've been standing at this marker." Samantha moved quickly to pull her back from the marker entirely, gripping her arm firmly and guiding her several steps away toward the safer, more open section of the summit. As they turned to make their way back toward the trail, Samantha glanced once more at Melissa's phone screen, still displaying its live camera preview. The shape that had been visible only moments earlier had vanished entirely, showing nothing now but the ordinary, unremarkable panoramic view. They walked back together across the summit, moving quickly but carefully in the deepening dusk, and Samantha made a deliberate point of keeping her own phone tucked away in her jacket for the remainder of their descent, refusing to risk another photograph until they had put real distance between themselves and the popular marker. Melissa's breathing steadied gradually as they descended, and by the time they reached the trailhead where her friends waited anxiously, she seemed to be returning fully to herself, her earlier confusion replaced by exhausted, shaky relief. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Melissa said as her friends helped her into their car. "I remember framing the shot, checking my exposure settings. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I could not tell how long I had been standing at that marker." Samantha did not press her further, focused instead on making sure she was safely settled with her friends before they drove off for the evening. It was only once their car had pulled out of the parking lot that Samantha allowed herself to fully process what she had witnessed at that summit. Samantha filed her official report listing Melissa Grant as safely recovered after becoming disoriented while photographing the summit view, citing the disorienting effect of extended photography sessions near a popular, exposed marker as a contributing factor in her confusion. She made no mention of a voice that had worn Melissa's tone like an ill-fitting costume, of a figure that had appeared incrementally closer in successive photographs, or of a live camera preview that had shown something standing directly behind a motionless woman only moments before it vanished entirely. Her supervisor approved the recommendation to relocate the popular photo marker to a different, less isolated section of the summit without much discussion, the same practiced in Curiosity Samantha had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. She drove into town to speak with a retired trail crew supervisor named Gerald Monroe a few days later, a man who had maintained Vulture Point Summit Trail for over 20 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Gerald listened to Samantha's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Samantha finished, Gerald was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old crews used for it back when I first started maintaining that summit," he said. "They called it the Second Climber, the same name folks still use for that marker, on account of how it never seemed satisfied appearing just once in the distance. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants to close a distance a little at a time, and it will hold whatever position keeps someone curious enough to keep photographing that marker again and again, watching it draw closer. Samantha thought about the shape she had glimpsed in her own single photograph, patient and wrong, and already closer than she felt entirely comfortable with. What happens to the people who keep photographing that marker long enough for the figure to finally close the distance completely? She asked. Gerald's expression grew grim. Nobody rightly knows for certain, he said. That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be. Samantha did not photograph herself at the summit marker off duty again after that conversation, though her work still occasionally required her to inspect the area during routine trail maintenance. She found herself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always deleting any photo taken near that specific spot immediately after confirming a hiker's safe recovery, refusing to keep even a single image that might show something standing incrementally closer than it should. She started keeping a private notebook too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers, reports of similar background figures appearing in photographs taken at other popular summit markers throughout the district, hikers who described feeling watched while posing for photos, trail crews who swore a marker's background view had looked subtly wrong in successive images taken only minutes apart. Melissa sent Samantha a brief note weeks later, thanking her formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that she still felt uneasy taking photos of herself at scenic overlooks now, that something about framing her own image against open, distant terrain felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way she could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. Samantha read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where she kept her private records, understanding completely, without needing Melissa to explain further, exactly what she meant. The relocated photo marker went into effect within the following month, positioned now in a busier, more heavily trafficked section of the summit where multiple hikers typically gathered at once. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the months that followed. But Samantha still hears occasionally from other rangers about strange background figures reported during routine patrols at other popular summit markers throughout the district, always described the same unsettling way, a shape that appears incrementally closer in each successive photograph, taken by the same person, patient and watchful, waiting for someone curious enough to keep photographing that same spot and decide, against every reasonable instinct, to see exactly how close it is. Willing to get, if that figure creeping closer photo by photo had you double-checking your own camera roll? Hit like right now before you scroll on. Tell me in the comments whether you would have kept taking pictures or put your phone away the second you noticed, and subscribe so the next case file finds you the moment it drops. The guest book at Timberline Shelter. Ranger Brian Whitfield had worked the Timberline District in the Northern Cascades for 6 years before he learned that the backcountry shelter's old guest book occasionally filled itself with entries nobody currently staying there had actually written. It started with a missing climber call that came in on a cold, overcast October evening, exactly the kind of unsettled weather that made experienced mountaineers grateful for the district's high-altitude emergency shelter, a simple but sturdy structure maintained specifically to give stranded climbers somewhere safe to wait out sudden storms. A man named Todd Ellison, 39 years old, an experienced climber attempting a multi-day traverse who had planned to spend the night at Timberline Shelter before continuing his route the following morning, had failed to check in by radio at a scheduled time of 8 that evening. Brian pulled the backcountry permit before heading out. Solo climber, extensive multi-day route experience listed, planned overnight stay at the shelter confirmed in his itinerary. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a climber losing radio contact due to the shelter's known dead zone. He called Todd's emergency contact, a worried sister named Karen, who explained that Todd had completed similar multi-day traverses throughout the district many times before, always careful about his itinerary and always reliable about checking in whenever conditions allowed. Karen mentioned that Todd's last message, sent from lower on the approach trail earlier that afternoon, had described the weather as looking a little unsettled, but nothing he seemed concerned about given his experience. Brian thanked her, asked her to remain reachable, and started up toward the shelter himself as the snow began falling more steadily around him. He started up toward the shelter a little after 8:30, snow beginning to fall lightly as he climbed, the weather having shifted more quickly than the day's forecast had originally predicted. Timberline Shelter had stood at this exact spot for nearly 50 years. A simple wooden structure with bunks for perhaps 6 climbers and a small wood stove, its guest book maintained the entire time as a way for the district to track usage and, more practically, to help account for anyone who might go missing along that stretch of the traverse. Locals called the shelter's guest book the forecast book on account of an old story about how, on certain stormy nights, it filled with entries in the morning that nobody staying there had actually written, entries describing in unsettling detail exactly what weather the following day would bring, along with occasional, far more disturbing notes speculating about which of the current occupants might not survive whatever conditions were coming. Brian reached the shelter a little after 10 that night, snow falling more heavily now, and found the door unlocked but the small structure empty. Todd's pack and sleeping bag laid out neatly on one of the bunks, though Todd himself was nowhere visible inside. He called out Todd's name, and the sound moved strangely within the small, enclosed space, the ordinary acoustics somehow feeling wrong, the echo returning with a faint, delayed quality that made his skin prickle uncomfortably even before he consciously understood why. It was checking the guest book itself, a habit he maintained during every shelter inspection, that he noticed something deeply unsettling. The book lay open to that day's date, Todd's own entry recorded in careful handwriting near the top of the page, noting his route and planned departure time for the following morning. Beneath that entry, in a different, unfamiliar hand, was a second entry, dated to the following day, describing weather conditions that matched nothing in the current forecast, a sudden, severe storm system arriving overnight with high winds and dangerously reduced visibility. Brian felt an uneasy chill settle over him that had nothing to do with the falling snow outside. He examined the second entry more closely, and beneath the weather description, in the same unfamiliar hand, was a final line that made his stomach tighten with genuine dread. Only one of them makes it down. His radio crackled with static as he continued examining the guest book, the signal notably weaker than it should have been, even accounting for the shelter's known dead zone, which normally still allowed at least intermittent contact with dispatch. He tried reporting his position anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back. Local folklore around this particular shelter had always included scattered references to its old, weathered guest book, stories Brian had heard in fragments over his years working this district, tales about how the book occasionally recorded weather and survival predictions with disturbing, later confirmed accuracy, written by no one any occupant of the shelter had ever actually witnessed, as though the mountain itself, or something living within it, kept its own careful, patient account of who, among the current guests, would still be alive to see the following sunset. He had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore, charming color passed down through generations of shelter maintenance volunteers who simply enjoyed a good scare while restocking firewood each season. He remembered Karen's mention of Todd's own passing, unconcerned observation about the weather looking unsettled, and found himself recalling an old maintenance log entry he had once skimmed describing the shelter's guest book as needing replacement twice within its first decade of use despite otherwise minimal wear, an oddly specific detail that had never made complete sense to him until this exact moment. At the time, he had assumed it was simply routine wear from decades of heavy backcountry use. Standing here now, holding a book containing an impossible, unsettling prediction, he found himself wondering whether that early, unexplained replacement had actually been driven by something considerably less mundane than ordinary wear. Standing here now, holding a book containing a genuine weather prediction that, checking his own updated forecast on his radio, was already beginning to prove disturbingly accurate as the snowfall outside intensified faster than any official model had called for. That dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. He stepped back outside into the worsening snow, calling Todd's name at steady intervals, and it was perhaps 15 minutes later, near a rocky outcropping a short distance from the shelter, where climbers sometimes paused to check their bearings, that he heard Todd's voice calling out from somewhere in the swirling snow ahead of him. "Brian, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented sounding. "I stepped out to check the weather, and now I cannot find my way back to the shelter. Everything looks the same in this snow." Brian hesitated, remembering the impossible entry and its unsettling final line. He called back carefully, keeping his own voice level. "This is Ranger Whitfield. Tell me what route you were planning to continue on tomorrow morning." There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely lost and frightened climber stranded somewhere near a shelter in worsening, dangerous conditions. "I do not remember that right now. I am cold and confused. Please just come find me instead of asking questions." Brian felt the falling snow around him thicken suddenly and unnaturally, visibility dropping to almost nothing within the space of a few seconds despite the storm's actual official intensity still building gradually according to his radio's weather updates. Through the thickening snow, he thought he glimpsed, just for a moment, the pale shape of the shelter itself, though positioned in a direction that made no sense relative to where he knew he had actually walked from it. He stood perfectly still, refusing to move toward either the voice or the impossible glimpse of shelter, and the snow around him swirled thicker still, patient and deliberate, as though testing whether disorientation alone might finally convince him to wander somewhere genuinely dangerous. Brian pulled out a length of rope from his emergency kit and anchored one insecurely to a fixed point near where he stood, playing out the line carefully as he continued searching in a controlled, systematic pattern rather than risking further disorientation. And it was nearly 20 minutes later, the rope nearly fully extended, that he finally found Todd. He stood at the edge of a genuinely dangerous drop-off, one that Brian knew, from experience, sat considerably further from the shelter than any climber should have wandered while simply checking the weather, motionless, staring out into the swirling snow with an expression that made Brian's chest tighten with dread the moment he got close enough to see it clearly through the storm. Todd did not turn at the sound of his own name being called. He simply stood there, swaying gently, dangerously close to the unmarked edge. "Todd," Brian called out firmly, closing the remaining distance carefully, keeping his voice as warm and steady as he could manage despite his racing pulse and the genuine danger of their current position. "It is Ranger Whitfield. The shelter is back this way. Let us get you away from this edge." The man turned toward the sound slowly, dangerously close to the drop as he shifted his weight, and for one long, unsettling moment his eyes held the same flat, patient quality Brian had sensed in the swirling, unnatural snow only minutes earlier, nothing like genuine human fear or confusion. Then something shifted behind his expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and he blinked rapidly, stumbling back from the edge as though only just now noticing exactly how close he stood to it, swaying on his feet as though waking from a deep and disorienting sleep. "I do not understand," Todd said, his voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely his own, backing carefully away from the drop on his own now. I just stepped outside to check the sky. I swear I was only gone a couple minutes. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I have no idea how long I've been standing out here, or how close I was to that edge. Brian moved quickly to guide him back toward the shelter, keeping a firm grip on his arm and following his own anchored rope line carefully back through the worsening snow. As they walked, the storm's intensity, oddly, began settling back toward something closer to the actual, official forecast rather than whatever unnatural severity had briefly gripped the area around them only minutes earlier. They reached the shelter together, and Brian immediately got the small wood stove burning properly, checking Todd carefully for any sign of hypothermia after his extended, unexplained time standing exposed near that dangerous edge. Todd's breathing steadied gradually as the shelter warmed, and within the hour he seemed to be returning fully to himself, his earlier confusion replaced by exhausted, shaky relief. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Todd said as he warmed his hands near the stove. "I remember stepping outside, checking the cloud cover, thinking the storm looked worse than expected. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice calling my name and me realizing I was standing right at the edge of a drop I had no memory of walking toward." Brian did not press him further, focused instead on making sure he was warm and stable through the remainder of the night before their planned descent the following morning once conditions improved. It was only once Todd had settled into his sleeping bag, apparently asleep, that Brian allowed himself to check the guest book one final time. The impossible entry remained exactly as he had first found it, the unsettling weather prediction and its final, ominous line still visible in that same, unfamiliar hand. Brian closed the book carefully and did not open it again for the remainder of the night. Brian filed his official report listing Todd Ellison as safely recovered after becoming disoriented in sudden, severe whiteout conditions near the shelter, citing rapidly deteriorating weather as the primary contributing factor in his confusion. He made no mention of a voice that had worn Todd's tone like an ill-fitting costume, of a guest book entry that had predicted the storm's severity with disturbing accuracy before it actually developed, or of its unsettling final line, suggesting only one of them would make it down safely. His supervisor approved the recommendation to replace the shelter's physical guest book with a digital check-in system requiring satellite confirmation. Without much discussion, the same practice and curiosity Brian had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. He drove into town to speak with a retired shelter maintenance volunteer named Harold Bennett a few days later, a man who had serviced Timberline Shelter for over 20 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Harold listened to Brian's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Brian finished, Harold was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old volunteers used for it. Back when I first started servicing that shelter," he said. "They called it the Forecast Book, the same name folks still use for it, on account of how it never seemed satisfied with ordinary weather predictions alone. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants to keep an accurate account of who does not make it down, and it will lure whoever it has already decided about a little closer to genuine danger, close enough to make its own prediction come true." Brian thought about the impossible entry's final, ominous line, patient and wrong and disturbingly close to proving accurate that very night. What happens to the people whose survival it has already decided against, he asked. Harold's expression grew grim. "Nobody rightly knows for certain," he said. That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be. He mentioned, after a long pause, that he had personally torn out and burned at least 2 similar entries over his years servicing that shelter, never reporting the discovery to anyone officially, since he had never trusted himself to explain the decision convincingly to the district office. Brian asked him, carefully, whether he had ever personally read a prediction about himself in that book. Harold was quiet for a long moment before answering, his eyes drifting toward the window as though picturing the old wooden shelter rather than the room they currently sat in. Once he finally said, "Early in my very first season maintaining that shelter, during a storm I nearly did not walk away from. I've never told anyone what that entry actually said about me specifically, and I do not intend to start now. Only that I understood afterward exactly why I made it down and somebody else that same week did not." Brian did not check that guest book alone during his storm off duty again after that conversation, though his work still occasionally required him to inspect the shelter during routine patrols. He found himself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always checking the book during calm, clear weather rather than active storms, and reporting any unfamiliar entry directly to his supervisor rather than simply noting it privately. He started keeping a private notebook too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers, reports of similar unexplained entries appearing in guest books at other backcountry shelters throughout the district, climbers who described feeling reluctant to check the book during bad weather for reasons they could not quite articulate. Maintenance volunteers who swore a shelter's book had predicted a storm's severity with unsettling accuracy hours before any official forecast update confirmed it. Todd sent Brian a brief note weeks later, thanking him formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that he still felt uneasy staying in backcountry shelters now, that something about reading a guest book's previous entries felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way he could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. He added that he had also started carrying a satellite messenger on every subsequent trip, unwilling to rely on any shelter's own records for confirmation of his safety, no matter how remote the route required him to travel. Brian read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where he kept his private records, understanding completely, without needing Todd to explain further, exactly what he meant. The digital check-in system went into effect at Timberline Shelter within the following season, requiring satellite confirmation and a photograph of each occupant's actual physical presence before any entry could be logged, and the old physical guest book was retired to the district storage facility rather than being displayed publicly anywhere. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the seasons that followed, but Brian still hears, occasionally, from other rangers about strange entries reported during routine inspections at other backcountry shelter guest books throughout the district, always described the same unsettling way. A weather prediction written in an unfamiliar hand that proves disturbingly accurate, sometimes followed by a brief, unsettling note about who among the current occupants will not survive, patient and watchful, waiting for someone curious enough to read it during the very storm it is already decided to describe. If that guest book's final line sent a chill through you, hit like right now before you put this one down. Tell me in the comments whether you would have kept reading that book or closed it immediately, and subscribe so the next case file finds you the moment it drops. The cold pitch on Ravenspire Wall. Ranger Alicia Ferreira had worked the Ravenspire district in the North Cascade for 5 years before she learned that a certain pitch on the district's most technically demanding climbing route occasionally made a climber's own gear turn cold, as though someone else had already been using it moments before. It started with a missing climber call that came in on a warm July afternoon, exactly the kind of stable, low-wind conditions that drew serious technical climbers to attempt Ravenspire's namesake wall, a route respected throughout the region for its sustained difficulty and genuinely committing position. A man named Nathan Cross, 31 years old, an experienced technical climber attempting the route with his usual partner, had reached the crux pitch, a notoriously difficult section roughly two-thirds of the way up the wall, when his partner, belaying from a hanging stance below, radioed up that Nathan had gone completely silent and unresponsive despite still being physically present on the rock. Alicia pulled the climbing permit before heading out. Two-person team, both experienced with sustained technical routes, standard rack and protection confirmed at the base. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a climber freezing up mentally on a genuinely difficult, exposed section. She arrived at the base of the wall a little after 2 that afternoon. Nathan's climbing partner, a shaken young woman named Vanessa, already anchored securely and waiting anxiously, the rope still running up to where Nathan remained motionless on the crux pitch above. Ravenspire's namesake wall had drawn serious climbers for decades. Its crux pitch considered one of the more technically demanding sections in the entire district's climbing terrain. Locals called that specific pitch the Cold Hand, on account of an old story about how climbers reaching that section sometimes found their own carabiners and protection gear turning noticeably, unnaturally cold in their hands, as though someone else had been gripping the same equipment only moments before, using it to place protection the current climber had not actually placed themselves. Alicia examined Vanessa's belay setup carefully, confirming the anchor and belay device both functioned correctly, and looked up toward the crux pitch, where Nathan remained motionless, clearly visible but unresponsive to repeated calls from below. "Nathan," Alicia called out loudly, cupping her hands around her mouth to carry the sound up the exposed rock face. "This is Ranger Ferreira. I need you to respond if you can hear me." No response came from the pitch above, though Nathan's posture shifted slightly, enough to confirm he remained conscious and physically capable of movement, his attention seemingly fixed on something Alicia could not see from this angle at the base of the wall. Alicia felt an uneasy chill settle over her that had nothing to do with the day's warm temperature. She began her own ascent alongside a second, more experienced climbing ranger who had responded to the call, both of them moving quickly but carefully up the established route toward the crux pitch where Nathan waited. Her radio crackled with static as she climbed, the signal notably weaker than it should have been this close to the district's usually reliable repeater coverage along this popular, well-monitored route. She tried reporting her position anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back to dispatch. Local folklore around this particular wall had always included scattered references to something connected to the crux pitch specifically, stories Alicia had heard in fragments over her years working this district, tales about a presence that had learned, over decades of climbers attempting that same difficult section, to make a climber's own protection gear turn cold and unfamiliar in their grip, convincing them, gradually and patiently, that someone else was already climbing alongside them, placing gear ahead of their own actual progress, until eventually that climber stopped trusting their own placements entirely and simply froze, waiting for a partner who existed nowhere except in the deliberate, cold illusion pressed into their own hands. He had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore, charming color passed down through generations of climbing guides who simply enjoyed a good scare while briefing clients before a demanding technical ascent. Standing partway up the route now, having just watched Nathan remain fixed and unresponsive on a pitch where the old stories always warned climbers specifically to stay alert, that dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. She and the second ranger continued their ascent carefully, and it was perhaps 15 minutes later, reaching a point just below the crux pitch itself, that Alicia heard Nathan's voice carry down clearly from above, his tone strange in a way that made her stomach tighten before she had even fully processed the words. "Alicia, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented, sounding despite its unusual clarity across the open rock face. Someone already placed the next piece for me. I can feel it right here, cold in my hand, but I do not remember placing it myself. Alicia hesitated, remembering Vanessa's own account of Nathan's sudden silence only an hour earlier. She called back carefully, keeping her own voice level. "This is Ranger Ferreira. Tell me Vanessa's last name, and tell me what color helmet she is wearing today." There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely confused climber perched on a difficult, exposed pitch hundreds of feet above solid ground. "I do not need to answer that right now," Nathan said, his voice carrying an odd, patient quality that had nothing to do with genuine climbing focus. "Everything feels completely secure up here. I think I might just keep climbing on my own from this point, following what has already been placed ahead of me." Alicia felt the rock face around her grow suddenly and unnaturally still, the day's light breeze falling silent all at once. And above her, she watched Nathan's free hand reach toward a section of rock that, from her current angle, showed no visible protection placed at all, despite his fingers closing around something clearly solid enough to grip. She climbed faster, refusing to let the strange stillness slow her pace, and it was only a few minutes later that she and the second ranger finally reached the pitch where Nathan waited, close enough now to see clearly the flat, distant quality in Nathan's expression as he stared at his own hand, gripping empty air with a confidence that made no physical sense at all. "Nathan," Alicia said firmly, moving carefully onto a stance beside him and gripping his shoulder with a firm, grounding pressure. "It is Ranger Ferreira. I need you to look at me right now, and I need you to check that your actual protection is properly placed before we go any further." Nathan turned toward her slowly, and for one long, unsettling moment his eyes held the same flat, patient quality Alicia had sensed in the rock's impossible stillness only moments earlier, nothing like genuine climber's focus or confidence. Then something shifted behind his expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and he blinked rapidly, his hand jerking back from the empty air as though only just now noticing it was gripping nothing at all. "I do not understand," Nathan said, his voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely his own, scrambling immediately to check his actual place protection with shaking hands. I felt a carabiner right there, cold, solid, like someone had just clipped it in ahead of me. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice, and me realizing there is nothing actually placed where I thought I felt it. Alicia kept a firm grip on him while he secured proper protection, checking every placement twice before allowing either of them to relax, even slightly. Once she confirmed Nathan was genuinely, physically secure, she radioed down to Vanessa, confirming the recovery and requesting she maintain steady, deliberate tension on the actual rope for the remainder of their careful descent. "We are heading down together," Alicia told Nathan firmly. "Keep your eyes on your own gear and on what your hands can actually see themselves placing. Do not trust anything that feels secure without a visual confirmation to match it." Nathan nodded shakily, his breathing coming in quick, uneven gasps as Alicia guided him through the careful process of rappelling back down toward the base, refusing to let his own attention drift toward anything beyond the immediate, physical mechanics of the descent itself. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Nathan said once they finally reached solid ground, his legs nearly buckling beneath him as Vanessa rushed forward to help steady him. "I remember starting the crux moves, feeling good about my sequence. Then there is this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice telling me to look at my own gear instead of wherever I was looking before." Alicia did not press him further, focused instead on getting him checked over and safely off the wall entirely for the day. It was only once Nathan had been safely reunited with Vanessa and both climbers were on their way to the parking area that Alicia allowed herself to fully process what she had witnessed on that pitch. Alicia filed her official report listing Nathan Cross as safely recovered following a communication breakdown between climbing partners during a difficult technical section, citing possible temporary mental fatigue as the most likely explanation despite knowing full well that Vanessa's own belay technique had shown no error at any point during the incident. She made no mention of a voice that had grown too smooth and composed for genuine climbing focus, of a hand that had gripped empty air with complete, unshakable confidence, or of Nathan's own insistence that protection already existed somewhere it clearly did not. Her supervisor approved the recommendation to install additional signage at the base of the crux pitch, specifically reminding climbers to visually confirm every placement before trusting it. Without much discussion, the same practice and curiosity Alicia had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. She drove into town to speak with a retired climbing guide named Frank Alvarez a few days later, a man who had led guided ascents of Ravenspire's namesake wall for over 20 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Frank listened to Alicia's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Alicia finished, Frank was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old guides used for it. Back when I first started leading climbs up that wall," he said. "They called it the cold hand, the same name folks still use for that pitch, on account of how it never seemed satisfied letting a climber trust their own placements alone. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants to feel like it is climbing alongside someone for a little while, and it will make whatever gear feels cold and solid enough to convince a climber they are not actually placing protection on their own." Alicia thought about the empty air Nathan had gripped so confidently, patient and wrong and utterly convincing in its coldness. What happens to the people who finally trust that phantom placement completely? She asked. Frank's expression grew grim. "Nobody rightly knows for certain," he said. "That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be." Alicia did not climb past that particular pitch off duty again after that conversation, though her work still occasionally required her to inspect the route during routine safety patrols. She found herself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always visually confirming every piece of protection twice before trusting any sense of security, refusing to rely on feel alone, no matter how convincing or reassuring it seemed. She started keeping a private notebook too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers and climbing guides, reports of climbers describing unexplained cold sensations in their own gear at other technically demanding pitches throughout the district, partners who swore they had watched a climber's hand close around something that clearly was not there, guides who noted, without much comment, how many near-miss incidents on that particular pitch had occurred at almost exactly the same difficult section. Nathan sent Alicia a brief note weeks later, thanking him formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that he still felt uneasy trusting the feel of his own gear alone now, that something about placing protection without looking felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way he could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. Alicia read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where she kept her private records, understanding completely, without needing Nathan to explain further, exactly what he meant. The additional signage went up at the base of the crux pitch within the month, and the district began recommending climbing parties conduct a verbal safety check confirming every placement visually rather than by feel alone, regardless of how experienced either partner happened to be. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the months that followed. But Alicia still hears, occasionally, from other rangers and climbing guides about strange, unexplained cold sensations reported during routine patrols at other technically demanding pitches throughout the district, always described the same unsettling way: a piece of gear that feels solid and secure and cold enough to convince a climber someone else has already placed it. Patient and watchful, waiting for someone tired enough to trust it a little more completely than their own two hands actually deserve. If that cold carabiner sent a chill through your own hands, hit like right now before you climb on to something else. Tell me in the comments whether you would have trusted that phantom placement or checked it twice like Nathan should have. And subscribe so the next case file catches you right when it drops. The reflection at Shadowglass Tarn. Ranger Owen Baxter had worked the Shadowglass district in the Wind River Range for 6 years before he learned that the small alpine lake sitting beneath the district's most technical peak did not always reflect what a climber actually looked like in the present moment. It started with a missing climber call that came in on a clear, cold September morning, exactly the kind of stable, high-pressure weather window that drew serious mountaineers to attempt the technical route above the Tarn before the season's first real snowfall closed the approach entirely. A man named Douglas Reyes, 36 years old, an experienced alpinist preparing for a solo summit attempt after camping overnight beside the small, glassy lake that sat directly beneath the peak's final approach, had failed to check in by radio from his planned high camp position at 7 that morning, and had missed his subsequent check-in from the summit itself entirely. Owen pulled the climbing permit before heading out. Solo summit attempt following an established acclimatization schedule. Extensive high-altitude experience listed. Weather window confirmed stable through the following afternoon. Nothing in the file suggested anything beyond the ordinary risk of a solo climber running behind schedule on a technically demanding route. He hiked up to the Tarn a little after 8 that morning. The small alpine lake sitting in a glacial basin at nearly 11,000 feet, its surface so still and clear under the calm morning air that it perfectly mirrored the peak rising above it, an effect that made the spot a popular, if demanding, camping location for climbers acclimatizing before a summit push. Locals called this particular lake Shadowglass, on account of an old story about how, on certain still mornings, a climber looking into the water saw not their own current reflection, but instead a glimpse of whatever moment would prove to be the final one of their climb, regardless of whether that moment turned out to be a triumphant summit photo or something considerably worse. Owen found Douglas's tent still standing at the edge of the Tarn, his sleeping bag and overnight gear undisturbed inside. Though his climbing pack and technical equipment were missing, presumably carried with him toward the peak's final approach. He called out Douglas's name, and the sound moved strangely across the still water and surrounding basin, carrying an unusually long distance given the thin, high-altitude air, returning an echo off the surrounding rock walls that arrived distorted and layered, as though it had bounced off surfaces considerably closer than the actual terrain allowed. He continued his search around the Tarn's perimeter, and it was passing close to the water's edge that he noticed something that made his breath catch sharply despite the thin air already taxing his lungs. His own reflection, normally an unremarkable mirror of his current position kneeling at the water's edge, instead showed him standing upright, gripping a section of exposed rock high above, his expression fixed in an unmistakable look of genuine terror. Owen jerked back from the water's edge immediately, his heart hammering, and when he forced himself to look again a moment later, his reflection had returned to normal, showing nothing more than his own kneeling figure exactly as it should. His radio crackled with static as he backed away from the Tarn entirely, the signal notably weaker than it should have been this close to the district's usually reliable repeater coverage at such an exposed, high-elevation position. He tried reporting his position anyway, uncertain whether the message actually carried back to dispatch. Local folklore around this particular tarn had always included scattered references to something within its unusually still, glassy water, stories Owen had heard in fragments over his years working this district, tales about how the lake showed a climber glimpses of their own final moment on the mountain above it, sometimes weeks or even months before that moment actually arrived, and how climbers who looked too long or too often into that water found themselves drawn back to check it again, and, again, unable to resist confirming whether the glimpse they had seen matched anything happening in their actual current climb. He had dismissed these stories the way he dismissed most local folklore. Charming color passed down through generations of mountain guides who simply enjoyed a good scare while briefing clients before demanding technical assent. Standing here now, having just seen his own reflection show him gripping rock in a posture of genuine terror that matched nothing in his current kneeling position, that dismissal felt considerably harder to maintain. He continued up toward the peak's final approach, calling Douglas's name at steady intervals, and it was perhaps 30 minutes later, near a section of exposed, technical rock partway up the route, that he heard Douglas's voice calling out from somewhere above him. "Owen, is that you?" The voice called, thin and disoriented sounding. "I cannot remember how I got to this section. I think I have been climbing on autopilot for a while now." Owen hesitated, remembering his own impossible reflection at the tarn only minutes earlier. He called back carefully, keeping his own voice level. "This is Ranger Baxter. Tell me what time you left your high camp this morning." There was a pause, longer than felt natural, before the voice answered again, its rhythm subtly shifting into something too smooth, too composed for a genuinely disoriented climber stranded somewhere on a technically demanding route. "I do not remember that right now. I am cold and confused. Please just confine me instead of asking questions." Owen felt the thin mountain air around him grow suddenly and unnaturally still, and looking back down toward the tarn far below, even from this distance he thought he could see its surface rippling in a way that made no sense given the calm, windless conditions, as though something beneath the water were shifting restlessly, patiently, waiting to show whoever looked next exactly what it wanted them to see. He continued climbing carefully, refusing to look back down at the tarn again despite the strange, persistent pull to do so, and it was nearly 40 minutes later, reaching a section of exposed, genuinely dangerous terrain near the route's final technical crux, that he finally found Douglas. He stood at the edge of a narrow, exposed ledge, one hand gripping a section of rock in exactly the same posture Owen had glimpsed reflected in his own terrified expression at the tarn earlier that morning, motionless, staring down at the long drop below with an expression that made Owen's chest tighten with dread the moment he got close enough to see it clearly. Douglas did not turn at the sound of his own name being called. He simply stood there, swaying gently in a position that offered him no genuine, secure purchase on the rock at all. "Douglas," Owen called out firmly, moving carefully across the exposed terrain toward him, keeping his voice as warm and steady as he could manage despite his racing pulse and the genuine, immediate danger of their current position. "It is Ranger Baxter. Let's get you to a secure stance before we go any further." The man turned his head slowly toward the sound, and for one long, unsettling moment his eyes held the same flat, patient quality Owen had sensed in the tarn's impossible reflection only minutes earlier, nothing like genuine human fear or confusion despite his obviously precarious position. Then something shifted behind his expression, a crack of real recognition breaking through, and he blinked rapidly, his grip tightening properly on the rock as genuine climbing instinct finally reasserted itself, swaying dangerously for one more heart-stopping moment before steadying. "I do not understand," Douglas said, his voice suddenly thin and frightened in a way that finally sounded entirely his own. "I remember starting the technical section, checking my protection. Then there is this gap, And the next clear thing I remember is your voice, and me realizing I'm standing on a ledge with almost no actual purchase, my hand gripping rock that offers barely anything to hold on to. Owen moved quickly to help him secure a proper anchor point and stance, refusing to let either of them relax until Douglas was genuinely, physically stable. Once he confirmed Douglas was secure, Owen began guiding him carefully toward easier, safer terrain below the technical crux. "We are heading down together," Owen told him firmly. "Keep your eyes on the route and on solid holds only. Do not trust any position that does not offer genuine, confirmed purchase." Douglas nodded shakily, his breathing coming in quick, uneven gasps as Owen guided him through the careful process of descending the technical terrain, refusing to let either of their attention drift toward anything beyond the immediate, physical mechanics of the descent itself. "I keep trying to remember what actually happened," Douglas said once they finally reached easier, walkable terrain below the crux. "I remember the summit felt so close. I could see the final ridge from where I was climbing. Then there's this gap, and the next clear thing I remember is your voice telling me to find a real hold instead of whatever I thought I was gripping before." Owen did not press him further, focused instead on getting them both safely back down to the tarn and eventually to the trailhead before the weather window stability became any less certain. As they passed back by the still, glassy water, Owen deliberately kept his own gaze fixed on the trail ahead, refusing to look into the surface even once. It was only once Douglas had been safely delivered to his emergency contact, and Owen had radioed in confirmation of the recovery that he allowed himself to fully process what he had seen reflected in that water. Owen filed his official report listing Douglas Reyes as safely recovered after becoming disoriented during a technically demanding solo ascent, citing altitude effects and the challenging nature of the route's final approach as contributing factors in his confusion. He made no mention of a voice that had worn Douglas's tone like an ill-fitting costume, of a reflection that had shown a moment of genuine terror that had not yet actually occurred, or of Douglas's own precarious position matching that impossible reflection almost exactly. His supervisor approved the recommendation to relocate the district's designated acclimatization camp away from the tarn's immediate shoreline without much discussion, the same practice and curiosity Owen had come to recognize over the years as a survival mechanism baked into how this particular district handled things nobody wanted to examine too closely. He drove into town to speak with a retired mountain guide named Walter Higgins a few days later, a man who had led guided ascents of the peak above Shadow Last Tarn for over 25 years before retiring, hoping he might have some insight into what he had witnessed. Walter listened to Owen's account without interrupting, nodding slowly at certain details, as though confirming something he had long suspected rather than learning it fresh. When Owen finished, Walter was quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. "There's a name the old guides used for it. Back when I first started leading climbs up that peak," he said. "They called it Shadow Lass, the same name folks still use for that lake, on account of how it never seemed satisfied showing a climber only their current, ordinary self. My theory, for whatever it is worth, is that it does not actually want to hurt anybody directly. It just wants to show someone their own ending a little ahead of schedule, and it will hold that reflection steady for whoever keeps looking into that water a little longer than they should." Owen thought about the terrified reflection he had glimpsed only briefly, patient and wrong, and disturbingly close to matching what he later found Douglas actually doing on that exposed ledge. What happens to the people who look into that water long enough to see their ending clearly, he asked. Walter's expression grew grim. "Nobody rightly knows for certain," he said. "That is the part that scares folks worst, I think. Not knowing is worse than any answer could be." Owen did not camp beside that particular tarn-off duty again after that conversation, though his work still occasionally required him to inspect the area during routine patrols. He found himself developing careful new habits in the months that followed, always approaching the water's edge with his gaze deliberately unfocused, refusing to let his own reflection resolve clearly no matter how calm and glassy the surface appeared. He started keeping a private notebook too, filled with small, dismissible details from other rangers, reports of climbers describing unsettling reflections at other high alpine lakes throughout the district, guides who swore a client had frozen mid-stride after glancing into still water during the climatization stop, mountaineers who noted, without much comment, how many serious incidents on the peak above Shadow Glass had occurred to climbers who had camped beside that specific lake the night before. Douglas sent Owen a brief note weeks later, thanking him formally for the rescue, mentioning almost in passing that he still felt uneasy near any perfectly still water now, that something about seeing his own face reflected too clearly felt subtly, permanently wrong in a way he could not quite articulate to anyone who had not been there. Owen read the note twice before filing it away in the same drawer where he kept his private records, understanding completely, without needing Douglas to explain further, exactly what he meant. The relocated acclimatization camp went into effect within the following season, positioned now a considerable distance from the Tarn's actual shoreline, with new signage discouraging climbers from lingering at the water's edge for extended periods. Visitor incidents in the area dropped noticeably in the seasons that followed. But Owen still hears, occasionally, from other rangers about strange reflections reported during routine patrols at other high alpine lakes throughout the district, always described the same unsettling way, a mirrored image that shows something other than the present moment, patient and watchful, waiting for someone to look a little too long and see, with unsettling clarity, exactly how their climb is eventually going to end. If that reflection has you avoiding still water for a while, hit like right now before you head back down. Tell me in the comments whether you would have looked twice into that tarn or walked away immediately. And subscribe so the next case file finds you the moment it drops.